Hey folks, in this video you're going to get to watch me level a Havoc Demon Hunter from 10 to 90 in only 3 hours, 16 minutes, and 40 seconds. And obviously, since I'm a Havoc Demon Hunter, you know that I didn't use the Earthen Cheese strat to do it, which is getting nerfed next patch anyway. This is traditional standard leveling strategies, and I managed to get it done that quickly. And to top it off, this is an entire run from 10 to 90, but for the 10 to 80 section, I managed to get it done in 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 38 seconds. Barely scraping under the 2-hour mark for that particular segment. And for the 80 to 90 section, it is whatever time remains, which was around 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 50-something seconds. I forget the exact amount, but it was in that range. Now, I'm very happy with this run. As you'll see, I think it went very well. It is my fastest 10 to 80 so far for either faction, and my fastest 80 to 90. As you'll see, I do think that I lost a little bit of time, specifically in the 80 to 90 section, because since it's one continuous run from 10 to 90, there's a little bit of slush time in between transitioning between expansions, and generally speaking, whenever I've done previous runs where I do 80 to 90, I start with all my gear and stuff already prepped, standing in front of Liadrin ready to do the intro to the quest line, and then I basically start the timer the moment I pick up the first quest. In this case, technically that 1 hour 16 minute time is including the 5 to 10 minutes that it takes me to get all of my stuff set up at level 80. There's a lot of finicky stuff that you need to do when moving from one expansion to another, but I do still include that as part of the overall time. I mostly say this to stress just how fast this 80 to 90 segment was than all of my other pure 80 to 90 runs, because it was still about 15 minutes faster than my previous best time of 1 hour 30 minutes, and that was with all of the legwork that I had to do while setting up things at level 80, and that's normally not a factor. So in practice, it's more closer to 1 hour 10 minutes for just the 80 to 90 segment, but for the purposes of a run like this, all of it's included. That's all part of the timer, all part of the run. Now, in many speedruns I've done in the past, as you might remember, I tend to just jump right into it. I do a little bit of preamble in the moment and then start the run. The reason I'm not doing that here is because I did something a little bit special for this run when it comes to the time walking dungeon. So if you're watching this when it gets posted, as you would imagine, I did use Turbulent Timeways. If you're watching this in the future, there's a special event going on at the time that I did this run that lets you get a big XP buff by running time walking dungeons. And I did a lot of test runs and found that the consistency of pug groups was simply way too volatile for me to consider it to be an acceptable level of RNG within a run like this. In the past, I have always only ever done dungeons in these runs as a pug, because I always want the run to be as solo-oriented as possible. The issue that I was encountering while trying to set this run up is that because of the issues with time walking scaling nowadays, where at lower levels you can just get one-shot by random abilities, it is quite literally impossible for me to solo carry a dungeon. I used to be able to do that, you can still do that in Chromie Time, but time walking scaling is fundamentally broken and makes that impossible. So as a result, I came to the conclusion that I needed to run a pre-made group with some of my friends to make sure that I had an actual functioning group of players to be able to clear these dungeons. Otherwise, there was just way too much extreme variance in the groups that I was getting in LFG, and it was just really impossible to get a run off the ground. Now, I was a little bit hesitant to do this, and my compromise is that I've intentionally tried to engineer the group so that it is not hyper-optimized. I don't want this to be like I am getting carried by 4 extremely geared players. I got 4 of my friends, I gave them 0 practice ahead of time, I said bring whatever, and we're just going to YOLO this. No voice, no nothing, and as you'll see, I actually laid out a few traps for them to make the run harder for myself. And the idea behind all of this is I'm trying to more closely simulate what the average pug group should be. Because the reality of getting one extremely bad, like on the far end of the RNG spectrum pug group, where they're just all AFK at the start of the dungeon, because unfortunately that is something that you can encounter, if that happens, the run is just dead. So by doing this and having my friends queue with me, I avoid any of those completely run killer terrible pugs, while still keeping the average time of the dungeons closer to what you would expect with most pug groups that you'll encounter. It's not especially fast. I think we took like 36 minutes to do all 4 of them, and I've had multiple runs where even in pugs, I get it done faster than that, so it wasn't really an advantage, but it did just mean that I was able to consistently get a run off the ground without worrying about it just being bricked and then losing all of the setup time and setup gold. The thing is, I gave you a brief summary there, but there are so many factors at play here that I felt I needed to make an entire PowerPoint presentation and include it at the start of this video. That way I can explain all of the intricacies of dungeon running in the past with time walking scaling, why I chose to run with a group here, my like in detail decision making, how I plan to do this going forward, and how it's going to look in the run. All of those little traps that I described, I outline them in detail and how it's going to play out within this run. And I've tried to make that as short as possible, but I think it's about 40 minutes long. Now, I have put timestamps in the description if you don't want to watch that. If you just want to watch the speedrun, you can skip ahead, though I will say I think I've made the PowerPoint pretty interesting. I tried to make it entertaining. It's not like you're watching some, school project being presented. I tried to make it fun and share the information in an interesting way. So if you generally like my speedruns, I do think that is important context, and I think you will enjoy watching it regardless. I wanted to put it right up front here so that it's there for anybody to understand why I made this decision in the run. But again, if you really, really, really don't want to watch it, there are timestamps. You can skip. Wanted to give this intro just to make that clear. Now I'm going to cut to when I actually recorded the PowerPoint section, which was earlier today. And then after that, we're going to go straight into the run. And again, there's timestamps for the start of the run and then also for different segments. So end of dungeons, 80 to 90. That's what you're looking for. If you want one specific thing, you can go find it. But Editor Harldan is out for now, and I will take you to past Harldan reading the PowerPoint slides. All right, hello, welcome to my TED Talk, which is titled, I am using a pre-made group for the time walking dungeons in this run because pug groups are hell. A very concise title, but I think it summarizes everything. Now, I have an entire PowerPoint presentation here. I'm going to try to go through it fast, but I'm sure many people are going to wonder, why bother even explaining this? Why is this necessary? And look, I think it's important. I think this is critical information, as you will see, and I think that if I don't explain this, I'm going to get a lot of comments, or at least I suspect I will get a lot of comments asking this, and I think it's an interesting subject that I want to address. So, I'm going to talk about it. If you don't care about this, I probably already said this in the intro, there is a timestamp in the description for when the run starts. You can skip ahead. So you don't need to watch this, but I do think it will be interesting. And if you enjoy these speedruns, then you'll probably want to know the information behind this. So what happened? Because this has been a bit of a weird speedrun in terms of planning. The original plan was I was going to do this at least a few days ago at the time of recording this particular segment. There was a 2.5-day overlap between Darkmoon Faire and TBC Time Walking. So obviously Turbulent Timeways is active. I need to get that buff. But specifically, Darkmoon Faire overlapped with that week because it started on Sunday. It's currently active at the time of recording and the time I'm going to do the speedrun in a day or so after recording this particular segment. But I thought, okay, I'm going to do it in that period of time. I will explain this later on in the run when I get there, but the TLDR is that delves are on a rotation. The perfect delves that I need are only up basically 1 out of every 3 days. It's a bit random. It can alternate between the 2 I don't need back to back multiple times. So I needed one of those days to land on the delves I wanted. That happened. So it ended up being a Monday or Sunday during the day. Monday morning is when I would have done the run. And that was what I was planning to do. So I thought TBC dungeons, well, they have in the past been really good. In regular speedruns, I always do TBC dungeons early on from levels 10 to 20. Even outside of time walking, they're pretty fast because even in time walking, you get the quests that I normally like to do within those dungeons. There's dungeons like Blood Furnace, which are really fast. So I figured that is the best possible time to do the speedrun. That's what I scheduled it for. And while it is definitely still true, the thing that I said here about the quests and whatnot, the scaling is just nowhere near as good as I thought it would be. Something about time walking with the change that they made last expansion just completely fucks up low-level characters. It is an absolute nightmare. As I say here, low-level scaling is especially fucked. And in traditional runs, I'll touch upon this later, I can solo carry an entire dungeon, but that's no longer the case. So I am now reliant on the other people in my group that I get, complete strangers, to actually pull their weight. They don't have to be amazing, they just need to, I don't know, have a functioning frontal lobe, but I got a little bit unlucky in basically all my practice runs and then the run itself, and I got some of the worst players that exist in this game in every single one of those runs. Now you might be saying, okay, like you're being a little bit hyperbolic here, was it really that bad? Yes. Yes, it was that bad. So here was the first test run. As you can see, I am dead. The healer was AFK at the start of the dungeon. I pulled only a few mobs. I didn't even do a really big pull here. And I tried to kite back, and the healer, I think, put an earth shield on me 1 second before I died, and then did not get a single heal off. You can also see the damage meter here. I was the only one attacking. We had multiple DPS also just sitting there AFK. So that was lovely. That was the first run. The second run I did as a test, that one actually was the cleanest out of all of these tests, but you might notice something. Notice how I am the only one doing damage. The only reason this run was clean is because I actually had a really good healer. They actually kept me alive, and as I'll discuss later, really not hard for healers to keep people alive. You can kind of just spam one button, but they did that, and so I was able to basically solo the entire dungeon. Problem is, it took me like 12 minutes to do Blood Furnace, which is supposed to be a 5-minute dungeon, because I had 3 DPS that were doing absolutely fucking nothing. This was attempt number 3. You can see we have 1 DPS doing something. So in case you thought that this is like a visual bug, that, you know, the meters aren't supposed to go that low, no, like I've actually had 1 or 2 DPS every now and then who actually pull their weight. In this case, still doing about my damage, but if every DPS even did remotely this much damage, then we'd be fine. And this was not like a twin character, not super geared, just a regular average geared level 90 who was just actually pressing their abilities. And the healer here was okay. This run ended up kind of collapsing later on, mostly because like a bunch of people just kept sitting there AFK and not doing anything, and I was just like, fuck this, and gave up. But yeah, figured that was a good representation. Here's another run, separate run, completely different. You may notice there's different names here. And this one made it further. This was seconds before I died. I took this screenshot. You can see basically I pulled 1 pack of mobs, and I had to kite it for like 20 seconds nonstop. Still top DPS, despite not being in melee range. The other DPS were really bad. The healer was okay. But what ended up happening here is everybody got feared. Some people got feared into extra mobs, and then eventually we just died. Or rather, I died, and then the rest of the group died because nothing was dying, and the healer could not keep me alive. So that was yet another disaster run. So after all of those runs being just complete train wrecks, I thought to myself, okay, like, what if I heal? Like, maybe it's just a healer thing. Maybe healers are just fucked. So I went on to a level 10 priest alt that I have, and I hopped into a dungeon. And I got a really good warrior. They were... I think they were a level 11 twink, but it wasn't like a super optimized twink. But you can see they are doing like crazy amounts of damage, completely carrying the meters better than any other person I ran into. But even on my holy priest here, I'm still doing more damage than every other person. And the only reason that this run even went decently well is because we did have a warrior who was doing a ton of damage. But it really goes to show the disparity in the average people that you're going to find in these runs, and what happens when you have somebody who can actually deal damage. Also, in this run, I started pressing basically just flash heal on the tank over and over to test. A flash heal is a full heal. It's basically lay on hands at this level. So the idea that, which some people when I streamed a few time walking test runs like a month ago were telling me, oh no, healer scaling is just fucked. It's so hard to heal these dungeons. And I'm just sitting here like pressing one ability. I also, for the record, I have tested this in level 90 characters because I was getting the heroic boxes and some of my level 90 healers. Anybody who says that it's hard to heal time walking dungeons is just trash at the game. It's really not. You just have to press one ability. But unfortunately, so many people are used to this just being brain dead easy content, so they just don't realize that they have to actually press their abilities. They just like go AFK and then, oh wow, the tank's dead. I wonder how that happened. But okay, this affirmed to me that no, it's not my issue. Like, scaling is fucked, but in theory, I should be able to keep this tank, who is also a low-level character, alive. So then I did another test run. You can see I specifically picked this point in the screenshot. We had 1 warlock who was doing okay, but 3 DPS warlocks. 2 of them were basically getting hard carried throughout the entire dungeon, and then like randomly halfway through they just like gave up. I don't know, like they were sitting here AFK waiting for a res. I typed multiple times that like the checkpoint is right there, that they could just press release, and I think we spent like about 2 minutes just on this hallway, and then eventually I just gave up and ended this run because we had been in Magisters for over 10 minutes and we weren't even on the 3rd boss. So then I did, but that was my last test run. I should know this was the actual run. I didn't have damage meters enabled because it was the speed run. I didn't have time to turn that setting on. But you can see this is the moment that the run died. I made it 7 minutes in to the actual real attempt of the speed run, which for some reason I thought, yeah, surely the actual run isn't going to be as bad as the other ones, and I tried. And well, as you can see, it didn't go well. Even though you can't see the damage meters, I'll give you a little spoiler warning. The DPS in this group, one of them was sitting AFK at the start of the dungeon up until like literally 2 seconds before I died. He did not press a single damaging ability this entire dungeon. The other two were basically doing like 1/3 of my damage. Honestly, better than a lot of these pugs, but still extremely low. And the healer was trying to penance me as a disc priest, which if you don't know disc priest, you don't do that. You penance the mobs and you atonement heal. They were penancing me directly, and that was the only heal that I got. And I was kiting up and down this hallway. The moment I died, I tried to Infernal Strike through the mobs just in a desperate attempt to kite them further and reach the healer, who was just kind of sitting back here, not doing anything. And obviously, as I Infernal Strike through them, they all auto-attacked me, and I didn't have enough health, and I died. So that was the final attempt, the real, like air quotes, real attempt in the run. And yeah, it's at this point when I just said, I can't do this. This is not working. I cannot keep just slamming my head into TBC time walking pugs and just hoping that surely the next pug group I get will actually have 4 functioning humans so that I can actually do pug time walking. Unless I pull literally 1 mob at a time, in which case each dungeon would take 15 to 20 minutes, and like that's just, no, that's not real. That's not a thing that happens, because I have done runs before where I can get the entire thing done in about 40 minutes. I'll discuss this later. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but this is not normal. I did get especially unlucky, but it was this extra bad RNG combined with just the general time walking scaling issues that kind of made me realize this isn't working. And I forgot I put this here. So I actually, all of this footage that you see here, I've thrown all this together into a Patreon video. If you want to watch like the behind the scenes failed run, it's up there. But I'm not uploading this shit. It was a nightmare. I was yelling all the time. I was really not happy during these practice runs. And my conclusion is that something has to change here. All right, so after this run finished, I had some conclusions to draw, obviously. I've already said a little bit about this, but, you know, TBC time walking was the plan at first, and as you can see by the fact I'm doing this run now, I do not think that's the case anymore. I do think that time walking is just slower now, ever since the changes. I didn't realize it was this bad for lower level characters. Obviously, level 11 Twinks are a little bit of an exception, but even if you know how level 11 Twinks work and how they used to be able to clear the dungeons compared to now, it is significantly slower even for them. And in this case, even if time walking is slow, which I've talked about extensively in many videos, it is still required. I do need to get 4 dungeons done to get that 30% buff. So regardless of whatever challenges I face, I need to find some way to make this happen for the speedrun. So I have at least accepted that even though I couldn't get the theoretically perfect run with TBC time walking, I'm going to just do the run anyway with Dragonflight time walking, which is what you're going to see here. And there are actually some quests in the Dragonflight dungeons. There's a little bit of variance there, but overall, I don't think it'll be that bad. It's actually a pretty solid time walking expansion, I guess, for lack of a better term, compared to some of the other ones out there. I think, in theory, only TBC and Wrath would be better, maybe Mop, but I'm not even sure if that would be the case anymore after what I've just seen from TBC time walking. Maybe Dragonflight is actually on the faster side. Classic's also pretty good, but Classic is heavily RNG, and regardless, none of those were available during Darkman Fair buff this time around in this particular set of Turbulent Timeways, so I didn't have as many options to choose from. Now, in this particular case, obviously, I did just go over how I had a bunch of really, really bad groups. That wasn't necessarily the only factor, right? Time walking scaling is just bad in general, but it definitely was one of the reasons why I had really, really bad attempts. As I showed, there was that one Blood Furnace where things weren't that bad. Well, it could have gone a little bit faster, but at the end of the day, I can't really control this, and even in Dragonflight time walking, even with slightly better scaling, it's still not going to be perfect, and there's still going to be a chance where if I get 4 complete brain-dead idiots, I won't be able to do the run, and I do kind of need to prepare for that. So, I have always kind of been a little bit hesitant to do pre-made groups. Many people have been asking me for many, many, many years, why do I not use pre-made groups for the run? If you're doing a speedrun, shouldn't you optimize that section as well? And especially in recent years, ever since I did the remix speedruns, if you've watched those, then you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't watched the remix speedruns, then I would recommend it. I think they're some of the coolest runs I've done, because in those cases, The only thing that we had to do for leveling is dungeon or, well, group content, either dungeons in the case of MOP or raid and then open world hyperspawn farming in Legion. And in that case, just so you can see here, I have the numbers. My fastest solo questing route in MOP was 4 hours, and our group record was 29.5 minutes. And generally speaking, my solo boosting times, where I was like multi-boxing, was around 1 hour and 10 minutes for MOP. And then in the case of Legion, I did a really optimized solo questing route, much more than I did back in MOP, and I got a time of 1 hour, 10 minutes, pretty respectable, except our world record was 1 minute and 58 seconds. Again, if you have not seen that run, it's something. It's really fucking crazy. Definitely give that a watch. It's still up on my channel. But even my like non-group, basically just solo, I'm boosting my own character's multi-box times, were significantly faster than my quest runs. They were usually around 40 minutes. So that is still a considerable time save. So the issue that I run into with Remix is that Blizzard structures it so that the only way to actually level as fast as possible is by using these group runs. That is the only even remotely viable method, even when super optimized questing routes just cannot compete. But despite what many people seem to think, that's actually not the case in normal WoW. Generally speaking, if you find people selling boost runs, either level 11 twin carries or open world farming in like Brackenhide Hollow or Knock It and Hold, stuff like that, even back when it's super optimized, it usually ends up being like, at best, slightly faster than my world records, but in most cases, actually a little bit slower. Now, here's the thing though, like people aren't really optimizing boosting in the vast majority of cases. There's really no difference to the person who's selling it, whether they get the run done in like 3 hours or 2 hours 45 minutes. In either case, they're getting a similar boost time and they put that in their advertisement. People pay up front. That's all they really care about. They're not going for speedruns. So there is something to be said of if in those cases people tried to optimize it, could they get it faster? Maybe. But I have seen people post their really fast boost times and I've still beaten it in the vast majority of cases. There have been some periods in history where it's been slightly faster than me, but again, a different category doesn't really count. But the point being, I've never really been bothered by that, and I never felt like I needed to worry about that, because I'm not trying to do boost runs. I've always wanted to do pure solo speed runs, because I think that that is more applicable to the average person. And assuming the time is close enough to where, in theory, if somebody practiced as much as I did, they could get a time like this, well then, why would that person need to do boosting? What's the point? You can just do it faster if you do solo questing. So that has always been my logic for the speedruns. And then I should also note, I didn't put a point for this, but in the case of Remix, because that was the way to do it, nobody was selling boosts. Everybody was kind of like boosting each other. They would do their weekly raids and they would just carry a bunch of people for free. So in that case, it wasn't really that bad. It was applicable to most people, which is kind of one of the reasons why I didn't feel as bad making that the focus of the runs, because a lot of people were doing it as well, even casual players. But little bit besides the point. Now, I touched upon this a little bit already, but for those Remix runs, it required me to have a group. So at that point, I figured, okay, I could either try and optimize questing to make it as fast as possible, but still be slower than everything else, or I could just embrace the fact that this is what the run looks like in this format, in Remix, and see if I can just have fun optimizing the groups, making them as perfect as possible, making sure we have super carefully coordinated routes and teams. Like if you watch that video, I showed like my Google Doc where everybody had really detailed assignments, and I planned that. So in my normal speedruns, I'll figure out the absolute perfect questing route and exactly what I want to do when, and I'll get all my consumables and stuff planned out. I'll know exactly what talents I want to take when. In the case of Remix, I instead spent a lot of time perfectly optimizing the assignments for 20 people and calculating basically every last second of, well, in the end, the 2-minute run. And I made sure that I knew exactly what was going to happen at every single moment and that everybody who had their assignments knew what they had to do as well. And that was really fun. I enjoyed setting that up. It's the kind of thing that's fun to do every now and then. If that was all of World of Warcraft speedrunning, I'd enjoy it a lot less. But as like a once every other year thing, it's kind of cool. And most people seem to find it entertaining. So overall, wasn't too upset about doing that. Now, I've kind of rambled through some of this, but like I said, in the case of Remix, obviously nobody was able to match those 2-minute times, at least as an average player. But average players were still doing those similar methods and getting like 30 to 40-minute times. The moment that you start introducing multiple people and you are reliant on external factors, one person can't do the entire thing on their own, it does become a little bit less realistic for the average player. And I do think that, generally speaking, if I took this and applied it to traditional speedruns, that would make it a little bit worse. Because generally, I like to make sure my solo speedruns are usable frameworks that somebody can follow. I have my guides, but a lot of people prefer to just watch the entire run, copy exactly what I'm doing, and try to replicate it themselves. And generally speaking, this should be possible. You might not have all of the buffs, all of the consumes that I have, but you can still do like 90% of it, and then, hey, that's what the guide's for. The entire purpose of my leveling guides is to say, if you are still short in experience at this point, here's a bunch of other really good stuff you could do, and here's how to optimize it. So that's been the point of the speedruns pretty much ever since I started doing them all the way back in Shadowlands. And I've always felt that if I started doing group runs with pre-mades, that would kind of take away from it. And I did want to make that differentiation between Remix and normal speedruns outside of Remix. So while all of this logic has served to justify why I do the Remix runs, because they're more spectacle than something somebody's supposed to copy necessarily, it should also hopefully give you some understanding of why, up until this point, I felt like for traditional speedruns, it's just not worthwhile. And another thing that I think is really important to touch upon is that I've always viewed dungeons as just a regular part of leveling, and that for the average player, the fact that you have to deal with random pugs, and the fact that there's queue times, etc., should be considered as part of whether or not it's an efficient way to level. And the reality is there is a lot of RNG in dungeons. There are many factors that can slow it down. So, in theory, if somebody is following my questing route 1-to-1, it should work for them. So, by that same line of logic, I should do a strategy for dungeons that somebody else will be able to follow 1-to-1. Now, obviously, due to the RNG, you're never going to get the exact same results as I am. You might get lucky, I might get lucky. I've had runs where I queue into a run at the final boss, kill the boss, we're done. I've had runs where I get really bad groups. Generally speaking, it averages out, but anybody else who is queuing for dungeons as a solo player is going to have this exact same experience. And because I've always taken this approach to it, I've generally felt that even in situations where, in a perfect theoretical case of like, if I queued for dungeons right now, and I got this specific dungeon, and I got the perfect group, and everything just went really well, it would be faster than the quests I'm doing. I know for a fact that there's often going to be bad or even mediocre RNG that will make it not that perfect scenario. So I will often say, yeah, I'm not going to take the risk with dungeons, because if things don't go perfectly, then it will likely be slower than solo questing. And I've done solo questing enough, I've done plenty of practice to know that I am able to consistently get a fast time. So that is an actual relevant decision-making factor when I do my speedruns. Dungeons have RNG, even if they are theoretically fast. Questing does not. If you've practiced it as much as I have, then you know how to do quests as fast as you possibly can. There's no variance there, except like sometimes rare mobs in the open world, but that's very minor. But really, the entire time that it takes you to do that method is consistent. It's predictable. It's entirely based on your preparation and skill level. Dungeons are not, and that matters. So this is the approach that I've taken for many, many, many years. Why has it never mattered up until now? There's two main reasons. The first is that, generally speaking, scaling has been massively in my favor. So up until the recent changes, semi-recent, I guess, in War Within, last expansion, time walking wasn't even accessible until below level 30. So by the time that you actually got there, around level 30, scaling was already a little bit more in your favor. You generally had more talents, more gear, and before they changed just overall how time walking scaling worked, a low-level character was able to basically solo the dungeon. If you've ever watched any of my other non-time walking runs where I do a few TBC dungeons in Chromie Time, you will still see this to this day. I have even just basic heirlooms and stuff. I can pull the entire dungeon, I can solo it. There's really no need for everybody else to be there. Honestly, you don't even need heirlooms. The scaling is very forgiving in most of those cases. If you are just doing normal stuff, it's pretty fast. But time walking is no longer like that. Back in the day, it was completely irrelevant in either time walking or Chromie Time whether I got good groups or not. If I happen to get a level 11 twink, it might go slightly faster. In theory, if I could kill a boss in 10 seconds, having another person there doing the same damage as me might mean I kill it in 5. So let's say across an entire dungeon run, it's 30 seconds faster. That's good, sure, but is that really a sizable difference across a 5 or so minute dungeon? Not really. Generally speaking, in all of those runs, I was basically soloing it regardless. The difference in quality of players that I got in my groups made no real contributing factor to the overall speed of the run. But the real key takeaway here is the second point. It's Turbulent Timeways, more so time walking dungeons, but Turbulent Timeways are the thing that makes time walking dungeons mandatory. As I've said before, dungeons generally are not great for leveling. Many people don't believe this. I've done many tests, including one recently. This has always been true, but it's even more true now, as you can see by how bad the scaling is. So, in many cases, I already said that the overall efficiency of a dungeon is something that I weighed when making choices in my runs, but if I felt like, hey, dungeons just aren't really great right now, either just in general, like in the current moment, or if I'm in the past, let's say, leveling a pure DPS class, and I realize, okay, well, I normally do dungeons at this point in the run, but because I don't have the ability to queue as a tank or a healer, it would take me really long to get in, and then also I'm not going to be able to meaningfully control the speed of the group. If I get a really bad tank, really bad healer, this dungeon's probably going to be slow. So then I weigh those factors, and I say, yeah, random dungeon groups are probably not going to be fast. I'm just going to do more quests. Now, technically, that's never been the case for, like, world record speedruns that I go for, only, like, casual runs, but this is something that can apply to regular players. You may choose to do less dungeons if you think that it would be slower for your particular case. This is, again, a relevant factor, or at least always has been. However, Turbulent Timeways completely breaks this logic. There is no weighing the pros and cons. Oh, should I do dungeons? Should I not? You get a 30% flat XP buff that applies to everything. That is not something you can ignore. You can't just say, oh, well, dungeons are a little bit slow right now, so I'm going to not do them. I'm going to just ignore them because the scaling is poor. I need to do 4 dungeons. Even if all of the dungeons are extremely slow, they are still mandatory. Now, in the past, I have done runs with Turbulent Timeways, and in those cases, I could just solo the dungeons. I did have some test runs where I basically had to do exactly that, for, in some cases, almost all of the dungeons, back in Dragonflight and War Within. But if that happens, whatever, it's fine. I'll solo it, I'll get my buff, and then I'll just move on. I won't worry about it, I have it now, and I could do the rest of the questing route. Let's say the time walking dungeons took like 10 minutes longer than normal. Doesn't matter, even with terrible variants, it is still not enough to justify not getting that 30% buff. Here's the issue, though. Time walking scaling right now, as I have beaten you to death with, is just extremely fucked, like beyond fucked. I just cannot even solo the dungeons now, not even slowly, just at all. I did do some test runs from 80 to 90 where with absolutely perfect level 81 gear, I could basically solo pull it, but even in those tests that I did where I was basically soloing it, it was slow. I had some very inefficient runs where I'm basically just sitting there surviving, because at a certain point, tank scaling makes it so if you're pressing your abilities correctly, you won't die at the very least, but it's not like I'm able to do the damage of an entire group like you used to be able to. I'd be sitting there surrounded by 10, 15 mobs, killing them over the course of a minute, as my group members just kind of sit there and, pick their nose and wait for me to complete the entire dungeon for them. It's not ideal, but in the case of lower level characters, around level 10, which is obviously when I need to start this run, because it's a 10 to 90 run, I just die. It's impossible to live. I mentioned this before, but I did do some testing as a healer, and I tried. I was like, I'm just going to spam flash heal on this tank, and he could not die. If you just literally target the tank, I also, on that test, did not have anything other than basic unenchanted heirlooms, no consumables, just spamming flash heal, and the tank doesn't die. It is so incredibly easy for a healer to just keep the tank alive, but in the vast majority of these runs, the healer would just kind of sit there and do nothing. Like, all they have to do is press Healing Surge, Flash Heal, whatever, and they wouldn't do that. And there's just really nothing I could do about that. I have absolutely no control if that happens over whether or not the run succeeds or fails. It's just kind of unacceptable levels of RNG for me. At that point, it goes beyond a level of, oh, I don't want to give myself too many advantages. I want to keep this equal to what an average player will experience. This just becomes something where now I can't even get a proper speedrun done because I am completely at the mercy of just endlessly resetting until random factors align for me that don't give me a massive time loss or just a straight up bricked run in the first dungeon, which is exactly what happened in that TBC time walking attempt I did where I got Botanica and then just didn't get healed. And we had AFK DPS. Now, something that a lot of people seem to misunderstand, so I do want to touch upon this, is if you think of traditional speedrunning, you'll often hear people say like they did thousands of resets to get the perfect run. And so it can be hard to think of World of Warcraft in terms of that, because you might think, oh, well, like, what's the issue with doing resets? That's just how speedrunning works. But it's a little bit different here. Obviously, WoW is an MMO. It's not really the same as other games. So if you're speedrunning Mario or Zelda or whatever, yeah, you can just press a button, restart the game, and you lose however much time it took you to do that first attempt. And then you go again. That's not how it works here. First off, it takes me about 30 to 45 minutes to even set up an attempt if I have to do a restart. That is a lot of time to get a new attempt off the ground. And generally speaking, when I do new attempts in speedruns, I will at least finish the first attempt. It's very rare that I just scrap an attempt outright, which it has to be something like what I showed you earlier, that screenshot of just I'm dead in the first dungeon, and I just have a group that's doing nothing. I mean, that is just a hard bricked run. But if the run is just going a little bit slow, I will at least try to finish it, and then I'll just do another one later with some more optimization. The problem with just like massively doing like spam resets early on is in those first 10 minutes, even in those first 5 minutes, by the time that you saw in that screenshot earlier, where I'm 7 minutes in and the run is dead, I've already spent 20k gold. Because by that point, I've already equipped multiple items. I've equipped bags. I have used all my Darkmoon Faire and turned in Darkmoon Faire quest items, which is easily more than 10,000 gold. And if I went through that 10-minute process every single time, which would have taken me about 30 minutes of getting everything moved off that character and mailed to a new character, I would have also had to spend 10k, maybe more. And then if the run goes on for even another 10 minutes after that, it's like another 10k gold, because a lot of the stuff I'm using up front is really expensive. Now, obviously, this is for super fast speedruns. I have done budget runs before. You know, if you're new to this, don't expect that every single World of Warcraft leveling run is this expensive. It's not. I have done countless runs where I literally spend no gold whatsoever. But for the purposes of these speedruns, I try to go all out. I try to use all the fancy items, and many of them are equipped onto that character's soulbound within the first 5 to 10 minutes, which means I have to buy them all over again, and that's rough. So I can't really do this. Like, it's just not practical for me to just spam that many resets. At that point, the run just becomes untenable. So, because of all of this, I've decided that the only way I can realistically do this specific type of speedrun going forward is to make pre-made groups. And I want to note specifically, I don't remember if I have a bullet point specifically saying this. This is only going to apply to Turbulent Timeways. Specifically Turbulent Timeways, for all the reasons I said before about the 30% buff is mandatory, and I am unable to do it because of scaling. If I decide to do regular non-time walking dungeons in future runs, it'll be one of two things. It'll be either I think the scaling is favorable so I can solo it, so I will just deal with random people, or I don't think the scaling is good, and so that there's just better things I can do. But in that case, the only reason I'd be doing non-time walking dungeons is just because I think the raw XP efficiency is good. And obviously, if I can't really solo it, then by definition, it's not. A 30% buff is not something I can skip out on, though, so I consider that mandatory enough to make this worthwhile. As I say here, it kind of falls into that remix category of, in Remix, Blizzard basically forced you to either spam dungeons in MoP or run raids and open world boosting with Heroic World Tier if you want to level even remotely as fast as other people. There's just a massive gulf of time in between one method and the others. And in this case, there is a 30% buff difference between doing time walking and not doing time walking. It is not something I can skip. For this type of speedrun, it is quite literally mandatory, so I don't have the luxury of just saying, well, I'll just deal with the RNG or skip it or whatever. I have to find a way to include it, and if I cannot find a way to include it because of all of the factors I've described, then I need to find some other way to make this more practical for a speedrun. With that being said, and this is the big thing that I want to stress with this opening here. Honestly, one of the main reasons I'm doing this PowerPoint, but I figured if I'm going to do this, I may as well give you the full explanation, so you know. I am not going to be optimizing this pre-made group. So if you've watched my Remix runs and you've seen all of the crazy optimization, having like the perfect comp with everybody like in Remix having their artifact maxed out and like all the right traits and having everything coordinated and whatnot, we're not doing that here. The idea is still, even in this version of the run, to simulate an average group. I want to make sure that even if I have to run a pre-made group, it feels like it is a group of random people who are at least playing the game, right? I want to have 4 people who aren't just AFK at the entrance of the dungeon doing fucking nothing. That is the main goal here. And another thing that convinced me is I was talking to one of my friends, and they said that they run time walking dungeons with their friends like casually all the time. They just like group up, hit Q, and then go. And they're usually fine as long as they have some random people. So I figure there are probably enough people out there who do runs like this, where if they're going to run time walking dungeons, they'll say, hey, anybody else want to do these runs? And then they go. So this is kind of the approach that I'm trying to take. We're not doing any practice runs. We're not going to have any coordination. I'm not going to use voice comms or whatever. We're just going to be in party chat. I'm not making any coherent comp. Right now, at the time of recording, I haven't even picked out the next 2 DPS. So at a certain point, I'm going to have to cut, and then I'll resume recording the rest of this PowerPoint. Right now, there's a placeholder there. And whenever I found the last 2 people to do these runs, then I'm going to finish recording this section of the PowerPoint. But I have not planned anything in advance. I've only just asked some friends, hey, do you want to do this? Cool. Do no practice, just show up and hold W. That is the plan. And to make this even more clear that this is not meant to be a fast run, I've decided to give myself a few additional challenges throughout the run, and because they're dungeons, I want to make it thematic, I'm referring to these as custom affixes for each player. Alright, I'm recording this about 12 hours later, because I finally figured out who is going to be actually in the group. I think I've mentioned this, but this has been relatively short notice. The failed speedrun attempt, everything that happened, was on Monday morning, and I'm recording this middle of the day on Thursday, and the run is going to be in 6 hours from now. Actually, 5 hours. So I've had very little time since the previous run blew up on my face to kind of plan all this out, find the people to do the run, and then, build this PowerPoint, do all this reading, get prepped, etc. So I have managed to put together a group. Now, obviously, first and foremost, there's me. That should be obvious, but I'm mentioning it here mostly to stress the fact that I'm going to be playing Havoc for the entirety of the run. Before, I was playing Vengeance specifically for dungeons. The plan was not to play Vengeance beyond that, but because you need to have tank queues for low-level dungeons with pugs, that's just a reality. So when I'm joining pug groups, obviously I need to be playing Vengeance so that I get the instant tank queues. In a pre-made, this isn't necessary. I'm just going to be able to get instant queues regardless. Now you might think, oh, well, doesn't this give you a little bit of an advantage? Because obviously Vengeance is not great at lower levels, and just the fact that you're a tank does make things a little bit harder. I did consider still playing Vengeance. I even did some tests, and I actually found that Dragonflight scaling is not actually that bad. And I probably could, even with a half AFK healer, keep myself alive through some of those dungeons. It is not a universal time walking thing as I thought. I did a little bit of practice within the last 12 hours before recording the previous slide in this one, and Dragonflight is just significantly better even at lower levels, likely because they just added it. So whatever mistake they made when figuring out the scaling for TBC, they did not make that mistake for Dragonflight. I really hope at some point they go back and fix the older ones, though. That being said, I came up with a solution for the tank spot that I think is a bit interesting. Namely, I have one of my friends in my guild, Baze, who normally plays Fury Warrior, instead playing tank for this run. We'll talk about Baze a little bit more in a bit, but needless to say, if you are familiar with Baze, this is not necessarily a guaranteed solution for the tank spot. I've definitely given myself a little bit of a challenge already, and that is kind of the idea. So to make up for the fact that I am not forced to tank, instead Baze is tanking. We'll discuss why this matters more, though. My friend Pia is going to be healing. She normally plays Resto Druid, but she asked if she could play her Preservation Evoker ult for this, and I figured that would be fine. And then for DPS, I have 2 more guildies, Chi and Wheeze. Both of them, nothing special here, they're just playing their mains. I don't even know which character Wheeze plans on bringing, I didn't ask, it doesn't really matter. In these cases, the main reason I didn't want to add too much stress is, like I said, I planned all this on short notice. The fact that I was even able to find all these people in my guild to help me out on such short notice is already, huge, and I cannot thank them enough for being able to do this. And I did not want to say, all right, now that you have volunteered to help me, here's all these, crazy things that I'm going to force you to do, and just be ready for that within 24 hours. So I wanted to make things as easy as possible. Just, are you going to be around at this time? Can you queue 4 time walking dungeons on one of your characters? Yes? All right, good. But then, also, let's add one little bonus challenge. But kind of going along with what I just said, these aren't anything super crazy. I don't want them to have to do a lot of extra stuff. I also don't want these challenges to feel so intrusive to the speed of the run that it's like active griefing. It's just a tiny little hiccup to make it a little bit messier. The other important thing here is I want to make sure that each person doesn't understand the full scope of what's going on here. I know what every single person has been assigned to do, and nobody else realizes that anything's going wrong. If I do this correctly, then in theory, everybody should think, wow, those runs were actually kind of messy for a speedrun. I hope that he's okay with that. And in reality, that was intentional. I did not want the runs to be incredibly clean. Also, because the entire idea is that everybody's like subtly influencing the run, and I'm aware of all of that, it wouldn't really make sense for me to have an affix of my own. I'm not going to like intentionally kneecap myself if I'm the one doing it, but it makes sense for other people to do it accidentally, quote unquote. Really, if you want to think of an affix for me, it's just the fact I have to deal with crappy level 10 scaling, which is a downside in most cases. Now, kind of like I said, all of these affixes externally should look like subtle mistakes. And the idea is everything I've done here is representative of something that you may encounter when running a pug. If you run a pug, you will see people making these mistakes legitimately, because they are common mistakes. But I'm telling my friends to do it on purpose. So the idea is that with all of this combined, it should feel closer to an average pug run, which, as stated before, is the entire goal of my speedruns. I want it to feel like something realistic. So what are these affixes? For Pia, I changed it up a little bit. Initially, when I thought of this idea like a day or so ago, I was going to tell her to play the Boomkin Weaving builds. If you don't know, Resto Druid has a build where you have to like shift into Boomkin form and you do like healing based on your damage, kind of like Disc Priest. I recently did a 0 to hero challenge with every single healer spec, and I actually played that build because I saw it's what all the top Resto Druids were playing, and it was very janky. I made it work, but I did not like it, and when talking to Pia about this, because I know she plays Resto Druid mostly, she said she's never tried this before, and she feels like she'd be really bad at it. That being said, she wanted to play her Preservation Evoker instead, which is an alt that she's much less comfortable with just in general. She thinks that it'll be better for doing damage, so I have encouraged her to play for as much damage as possible. But you might think, oh, well, isn't that going to make the run faster? In theory, maybe, but what I'm banking on is the fact that since it's not something she is as experienced with, and based on my knowledge of Preservation Evoker, a lot of times if you are too focused on dealing damage, because Prez has a lot of ramp-up time, if a lot of unexpected damage comes out, you might actually struggle to top people up, and then they will die. If you don't have your echoes out, if you don't have your stasis window rolling, that can actually be quite challenging. So, my idea here is that I will have to focus a lot more on my own personal survivability, and if you can hear my dog barking, he's just been going crazy. I don't know, there's nothing I can do about that. But I will have to focus much more on my personal survivability, hopefully, because Pia will be trying to do as much damage as possible, and that'll just make things a little bit more involved for me. I won't just be able to brain off and assume that I'm going to constantly get healing. If I step in a mechanic, I might die, and then I'll lose my buffs, and that would actually negatively impact me. Now, for Baze, if you know Baze, I know most of you, 99.9% of you watching don't, but take my word for it, Baze's affix is just the fact that he's Baze. That is more than enough of an affix. And to kind of top this off, for the DPS, Chi is going to be the honorary hunter. So, because Baze is not familiar with tanking, I expect that he's going to struggle a little bit to adapt if stuff goes wrong. So, I have told Chi that every now and then, if he thinks that there's an easy pack on the side that Baze didn't pull, he should grab it and try to drag it in. And I've framed this more as, I want you to try and drag in stuff that Baze might have missed, so that we can get extra mob kill XP, so Chi doesn't think he's actively griefing Baze. But the idea, in practice, is that Baze will struggle to rapidly establish threat in all the mobs, and I want to make sure I've told Chi, do not tell Baze you're doing this. Only drag the mobs without any communication, just like tag something, drag it in, and force Baze to react and get thread. So this is an extra thing I'm going to need to look out for. I might have a mob running at me because I just randomly ripped thread on it, and suddenly I'll need to kite until Baze establishes thread. And I figure that'll add a little bit of an extra challenge, but hey, that happens a lot in actual groups. Somebody will butt pull a pack, and then if the tank doesn't grab it, it can kill you. That is something that you do need to be concerned about. Now, this one is a little bit different, same line of logic, maybe not necessarily something you'll encounter in every pug, but I've told Wheeze to sometimes type in chat, wrong way Baze, or some variation of that, like, oh my god, Baze is lost, etc. The idea is that we want Baze to think that, wait, did I make a wrong turn, and stop and second guess his routing, because again, he's new to tanking, he's not really familiar with this. The last time that I've heard of Baze tanking a key, he tanked for Kalamazi on the PTR and depleted a Voidscar Arena. So, not exactly his forte. He's more of a Fury Warrior player, and if you know anything about Fury Warrior players, I mean, there is a stigma there, and Baze is the Fury Warrior ambassador, quite literally. That's not a joke, he really is. So my hope is that if we just give enough cognitive overload for Baze, then it'll slow down his tanking enough to where the run won't actually be extremely efficient. it'll just be a little bit slow. And Baze just has, he has the Baze factor, where every now and then he will just do the craziest shit that you've ever seen. So if we have people telling him he's going the wrong way, if we have extra mobs that he's not prepared for, and then sometimes he just pulls a Baze, as we like to call it in our guild, then overall, I think that this is the perfect recipe for a slow dungeon run. And then the Pia challenge is more directed at me. I think that my survivability is more of a concern, because the reality is tanks, if they're playing properly, which I don't know, maybe Baze will surprise me, their survivability shouldn't be as much of a concern, but I guess we'll find out. Now, what do I think will be the result of all of this? So I did some time walking testing early on in Dragonflight, and it took me around 40 minutes to get all of the 4 dungeons done. And I've also had a few runs that were in like the 35-minute range. So for this run, my main goal is just for it to not take longer than that. Don't take longer than 40 minutes. And I think that is reasonable, especially with the pre-mades that we have. Originally, when I was theory crafting this run, when I was operating under the assumption that TBC was really fast, I thought 25 minutes for all 4 dungeons would be realistic. Because in theory, a lot of the TBC dungeons can be done as fast as 5 minutes if you are being really efficient, and the slowest are closer to 10. So with average RNG, it is definitely like a little bit faster than Dragonflight, and I figured, oh, well, if I'm speedrunning, it'll be even faster. Obviously, that didn't work out. Even with a level 11 Twink with the current scaling, the best you could hope for is about like 5 minutes. So with absolutely perfect RNG, you, in theory, could get a 20-minute time. I will not be getting that in this run for the time walking part. And in the case of this run, I think that something closer to 30 minutes is expected. Generally speaking, Dragonflight dungeons are in the 6 to 8 minute range on average, and Brackenhide tends to be a little bit slower at 10 minutes. So if I get a Brackenhide to start off with, I believe, yeah, this is the next bullet point, then I probably will reset. And that is the only thing that I think would really slow it down. Because the issue is, if I start with Brackenhide Hollow, there is actually a very high chance that I get it twice. And getting 2 Brackenhides would really slow me down, because then it can appear in the 3rd or 4th dungeon slot. You can never get the same dungeon back to back, but if Brackenhide's first, then obviously there's a chance I get more of it. So, how will this actually look like in the run itself? Now, there are a few tiny changes that I've planned for what I normally do from the moment-to-moment run, and generally speaking, when I start a run and I'm going to jump into dungeons, I need to make sure that literally everything is perfect. So it generally takes me about 5 minutes or so to get everything rolling. This is also something that has bugged me. I will not name names. I don't have a bullet point for this, but I figure, you know what? It's something I've been meaning to mention. I've seen a few people say things in the past like, oh, there's other methods that are faster for 10 to 20 than what Harldan does in his speedruns. And I've beaten his 10 to 20 times by like 1 to 2 minutes. And therefore, Harldan's an idiot. Why doesn't he consider these methods in his runs? And it's crazy to me that these people don't realize that at the start of every single one of my speedruns, I spend like sometimes 5 to 10 minutes just getting everything set up, getting my talents, my bars, my consumables, and like moving to a position that I need to be in some cases queuing for dungeons. You know, I have to run, get the Dark and Fair buff. I have to get all that stuff set up. That takes time, right? There is time that I'm getting 0 experience as all of that is going on, and the idea is that once I get all these plates spinning, then I can actually jump into the run and start leveling really quickly. And naturally, all of that time loss is present in the very first 5 minutes. So that is why, in some cases, if you just compare the snippet of my 10 to 20 leveling from a larger speedrun with a dedicated, I am just trying to reach level 20 as fast as possible, it might look slow. The thing is, with this run, I can kind of delay some of that until I actually enter the dungeons. In the past, I would need to make sure that I can actually solo carry it, but now, all I need to do is get my potions up, get onto the Dark Moon Carousel to get the 60-minute buff, and obviously if I need to refresh it, I can do that. It should not require that unless I die. And that means as my group is starting to clear the dungeons, as I go along and contribute a little bit, I'll be doing some damage, but I'll also be sitting there fiddling with my bars, organizing my bags, making sure I have everything I need. If there's a dungeon with an outdoor component, like Ruby Life Pools, you can mount up at one point, then I can quickly access my bail box, And if I do this properly, it should save me a little bit of time. I don't think it'll be that massive, maybe about 30 seconds to a minute at most from not having to sit there and just purely organize before I enter a dungeon. The really big change for this, and the really big reason why I think this is important for me to change the runs format for, is I mentioned earlier that having to do rapid resets in WoW can waste a lot of gold. And if I wait until after we're in the first dungeon to do all of that stuff, to like equip my bags and soulbind them to my character, to equip my BOEs, then I can make sure that we have an actual run that's not like a false start where we get Brackenhide first before I commit all of those resources. And that means I won't be just losing 10 to 20k randomly, so I think that is very important to do. And then, unless something goes catastrophically wrong, and I end up accidentally dying and being forced to teleport out and refresh my Darkwind Fair buff, I should pretty much just go into the dungeons, stay in there, like requeue within the dungeon itself, and chain all 4 of them back to back until I get to around level 20, and obviously get the 30% XP buff. In the past, one thing that this changes a little bit, I didn't explicitly state this, but obviously that's why we're talking. I will, in between dungeon queues, try and fiddle with stuff in the Darkwind Fair. So previously, as I wait for the queue to pop with like the 15-second tank queue and then people accepting it, I would go around, turn in my quests, grab my top hats, and then sometimes like go get my dollar on Hearthstone as I wait for all of that to happen. In this case, because I will have instant back-to-back queues, I won't need to do that in between the runs, but that's not really a time save per se, because I will still need to do that immediately after getting the time walking dungeons done. Technically, I'm getting 30% more experience from that, but it's such a small actual portion of the overall experience. It's mostly just to get all my buffs and teleport items set up. It amounts to maybe 1 level. So I'll get, 1.3 levels instead of 1 level by doing it in this order. It's just something that I think is worth noting. It will look ever so slightly different than when I actually do normal runs. So, last thing before we actually get into the run, I know this has been pretty long, but I want to know your thoughts. Is this, the idea specifically of the pre-made groups, a good change? Do you think that I made the right decision here? Do you wish that I stuck to pug groups? I will note, keep something in mind, so all feedback is welcome, right? I want to hear your thoughts in the comments. I am a little bit nervous about what people are going to say in response to this. I think it's all fair, but I don't know. I can't read everybody's mind. And I do think it is worth mentioning here, I don't have a bullet point about this, that the reality of situations like this is if I did not have the ability to run with 4 people, I probably would have just scrapped this run. Or I might have just scrapped the 10 to 80 portion and just done the 80 to 90, because there are some slight improvements I have for 80 to 90 regardless. But I also have a lot of really cool improvements for 10 to 80 that I'm really excited to demonstrate in this run. And I think it would be a shame if I was forced to just scrap all of that entirely, because the reality is, with what I was experiencing in TBC, that just wasn't possible. I would not have been able to do this. It was impossible to even get a run off the ground that was remotely viable. So it's really a question of, do I just never do optimized runs during time walking weeks? Or do I accept the fact that for weeks like this, I do pre-made groups, and that's just something that I need to account for. Now, also taking this one step further, like I just said, I only really consider this to be important for time walking weeks, but maybe I'm really off base with what people think. Maybe everybody would just rather I always do pre-mades, and you think that would be more interesting, more accurate to the idea of my speedruns, and more fun to watch. I don't really know. I'm definitely not planning to do this, but hey, if that's something that you think, I'd be curious to hear that as well. And also, finally, what do you think about this entire, I don't even know how long this is going to be, probably close to an hour intro for an already multi-hour speedrun. I kind of feel that this information is so important that it's worth including here. And for anybody who's willing to sit down and watch a big speedrun, you'd probably find this interesting anyway. Is it as engaging as watching, big things flash and blow up on the screen as I do the run itself? Probably not, but I'd like to think I've made this entertaining enough to where you'll enjoy watching it. But I am risking a lot of early watch time, and there is a chance that this severely impacts the viewer retention and this video completely fucking bombs as a result. And if that happens, I'm going to be very sad, but I still felt that it was very important to actually include this in the run. And also, last but not least, I am making a second video that I'm going to record immediately after this on my second channel, which showcases all of the preparation I've done in the speedrun. So I'm going to use a lot of consumables, a lot of BOEs, a lot of XP pots, etc. If you want to know exactly what I'm using, because there are a lot of new items in this run, and frankly, there's a lot of new items that I've been using for like over a year, And I think the last time I made a video like this going over all my consumes was around 2 years ago. So a lot of people have been asking for a new version of this. It's long overdue. And since for this run specifically, I've prepped like 5 to 10 new items, I figured, all right, we'll do a new one. There's a link to that in the description, and I figure a lot of people would be interested in that. But with all of that being said, we are done with the PowerPoint, and it is time for the run. So Harldan, from about 5 hours from now, is going to take it away, and hopefully everything goes well. All right, hello. I am finally ready to actually do the speedrun. If you watched all of the PowerPoint presentation stuff, I salute you, and hopefully that explains exactly what I'm doing. If you didn't watch that, then here's what you need to know. I am running a pre-made group for this particular run, at least for the time walking section. So most of it is still solo. Any part that's like questing, open world, solo. Specifically time walking, I have a pre-made group for. Now, what that means is that currently there are 4 people, 4 friends of mine, who are sitting in a group ready to do dungeons, so I don't really have much time to yap. I'm going to try to make sure I get all that done in advance. So what I have set up here, I'll walk you through really quick how this is all going to go down, because it's going to be really fast. I am going to enter world. Right before I do that, I'm going to DM one of my friends in Discord and say, I'm entering world. They're watching the friends list. They're going to invite me the moment that I get in. One of my friends is tanking, one of my friends is healing, and then the rest are DPS. I'm going to be DPSing these dungeons. We are going to immediately queue for time walking dungeons after I get leader. And when we get into a dungeon, one of 2 things is going to happen. If it's Brackenhide Hollow, we are going to restart. 15-minute break, go again, and I'll move everything off this character. And the reason for that is because before I commit any of my resources to starting an actual run, I want to make sure that it's not bricked. And Brackenhide first is the only bad outcome. So if that happens, we'll just go again. Otherwise, they're all going to wait at the start for me. I don't want them to pre-clear the dungeon. I'm going to teleport out, finish doing my setup, so like Darkwind Fair buff, getting all my consumables, and then once I teleport in, then we go. That is the plan. And that is pretty much everything. So assuming we don't get Brackenhide, you're probably still watching this right now, so I'm going to DM my friend and say, logging in now. And then I'm going to hit enter worlds. And then the moment that I get in, I'm going to start the timer. The moment I skip the cutscene, any second now, Blizzard, any second now. Oh. I'm very nervous. It's been a lot of time getting this set up properly. So I can skip the cutscene. And we will do, where's that? There we go. Alright. And then I should get lead any second now. Say long loading screen. I have lead, so where am I? Random time walking dungeon. I do this. I need to find my flying mount. Baze, tank. So if you watched Baze, oh my god. Oh, it's fine. We haven't lost any. Baze, oh my god. Well, we haven't lost any time yet because I still need to do this. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right, Baze. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna put myself on under. Baze, go to LFG. Select tank. See, the thing is, this is part of it. I literally said, if you missed that section of my speedrun, I said in the PowerPoint that in order to counterbalance the fact that I am using pre-made groups, I'm giving everybody in the group an affix that will slow down their ability to level quickly. And I specifically said that Baze has the affix of just being Baze. And I left it vague like that because I had no idea what Baze was gonna manage to do, but I knew he was gonna do something. Okay, we're gonna enter, and it's Halls of Infusion. Okay, and then I'm gonna teleport out. I told them wait, hopefully they listen. Teleport out, and I'm gonna finish getting all my stuff set up. So I am going to... Is Baze pulling? Is Baze pulling? Baze is probably pulling. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. At least if Baze is the one who holds W and pulls, it's okay, because that is Baze's affix. The entire... Oh my goodness. I am I feel so vindicated right now, because I was like, you know, it's kind of mean. People, like, nobody else who's watching this video knows Baze. They're not gonna know, like, how Baze is, and they're gonna think that I'm just being, like, really mean right now. And like, is it really fair for me to, like, say that Baze himself is an affix? And then, literally in the first minute... alright. Literally in the first minute, he does more than I could have ever asked for. Holy shit. I gotta organize my bars. I'm gonna do Fellblade. See, they're saying, here's the thing, it's so perfect, right? They're saying, oh, I thought we should have done comms, right? That would have been better. And they don't realize that this is deliberate. I specifically chose no comms because I wanted to be more disorganized and chaotic. The less ability we have to communicate, the better. So that is, it honestly just, again, cementing to me that I made all of the correct moves to make it so that this run is as chaotic as possible, which is the goal. Okay, what do we... we get Minari training amulets. I have all my stuff set up. I have to set up my consumes, boggling root, that there. Okay. Halls of Infusion, by the way, is a very good first dungeon. Basically, the ideal start here is one of three things. It's Ruby Life Pools, Neltharis, or Halls. Technically, Ruby Life Pools is, like, by a very small margin, the best option, just because it is the fastest dungeon, but Halls is actually second best behind Neltharis. Now, ideally, for this to truly be the perfect run, I need to get all three of those at some point. But the fact that we're starting off with one, and more realistically, the fact we're starting off with not Brackenhide Hollow, is the only thing that really matters. So we're gonna make sure I don't stand in this. And that should break the shields. And what... I'm still level 10, yeah, because I haven't done anything special. Now, my damage right now is going to be really low because Havoc is not great at lower levels. But I also have heirlooms that I... or, what's it called? BOE items that I can equip. Yeah. Alright, there's the next affix. Okay, Baze didn't fall for it. Now let's see. I can't tell, did she pull anything extra? I haven't seen she pull any extra mobs. She might have pulled those guys off to the side, but also it's entirely possible Baze just pulled those. That is definitely something Baze would do. I'm trying to think, what else can I do as we go? Yeah, okay. Pia gets it. This is the point. Okay, I can at least start the quests for my Darkwind Fair quest items. I use my XP pots, but I want to have them on my bars for future reference. I have Swiftness Potion on my bars. Let's see. Level 12, let me set aside, where's all my level 12 gear? It's down here, so 12, 11, 12, 11. So, like, as you can see, right, compared to the average hug, this is definitely, like, way more in my favor. And that's the idea. That's the entire point. But it's counterbalanced by Baze being Baze. So it's going to be better than a normal hug, but it should still be an average time. And, like, for instance, by the way, you can skip this boss, which makes this dungeon especially fast. Baze doesn't know that, and I deliberately made sure to not teach them any tricks, to not have them practice ahead of time, so that they don't know that they can do things like that. Demon Hunter, when do I get... pretty much the moment I level up once, I get, like, 2 additional abilities. Havoc at level 10 is very sad, unfortunately. Yeah, and I can't use any of these consumes just yet. Let's change this to current segment. A spellbook. I do have this. This is there, vengeful retreat. I need to be careful because if I AFK and stand in this breath, it could actually kill me. Okay, Baze is just going. Does this... It does clear snares even at level 1. Couldn't remember if that was a talent or not. Now, I don't have the ability to kick, so if one of the heals goes off, there's not a whole lot I can do, but I'm going to try to focus down the casters to make this a little bit easier. I am targeted by this. If needed, I do have my super healing potions that I could use. I don't really want to have to use them. Actually, the funny thing is, I don't know if Wheeze actually knows that skip. But he's actually not wrong in that case. So... Oh, God. Man, I made the fucking perfect group comp for this format. What else? Rad Next Gem. That is on there. That is there. Okay, I do not want to take that to the dome. I also, because this is, like, actually fucking crazy how well I've predicted this, I do want to reiterate, for anybody who did watch the earlier section, just, again, I want to stress, I recorded that 4 hours ago, before starting this run. It's just a pure coincidence, well, not really a coincidence, it just really goes to show how well I know my friends, that every single prediction I made of how the run was going to go based on the group I formed is, like, absolutely spot on. The only exception is, so far, Pia's been doing a good job healing. I did say, though, that was, like, the least impactful affix, because I don't really know how much practice she's had on preservation, but I figure better chance that there's, like, healing issues compared to the main Druid. And also, Baze has been doing not, like, super crazy pulls, so I kind of was thinking Baze might do crazy shit and just, like, pull wall to wall, in which case it could get a little bit tricky. Okay, level 11, I can equip a few new items. And, okay, yeah, now you can see, like, the damage, as long as I'm on low targets with Demon Blades, is not actually that bad. I have I-Beam now, so that's massive damage increase. Do this, do that. Just gonna... I should... Oh, crap, yeah, my RP was fast. I actually think I still will have Fel Rush, though, so I can get back quickly. Oh, I'm with Baze here. I'm gonna use a Swiftness Potion. And I do not want to get hit by these. So I'm going to Fel Rush here. Didn't time it correctly. Now, we hope for no Brackenhide. If I don't get Brackenhide off this next one, then we're honestly doing pretty well so far. I do need to... actually... okay, I hope they can help me kill this. I need to teleport to the entrance to turn this in. Doesn't really matter what I pick. And now EQ. Nice. Yeah, so the quests scale really well, so you can get, I think in most dungeons. Oh! Yes! Okay. Honestly, at this point, the run is going well, because the other thing, Brackenhide second has the potential to be really bad. It's still... The reason I don't do Brackenhide first is because Brackenhide first has the potential to be catastrophic, because there's... you can never get the same dungeon 2 times in a row. So if I happen to get Brackenhide Hollow on the very first run, which is by far the worst Dragonflight dungeon, then what could end up happening is I have a chance of getting Brackenhide on either the 3rd or 4th. And double Brackenhide, that is just a bricked run. Now, in theory, it can still occur that you get double Brackenhide if Brackenhide is the 2nd dungeon. But you have less chances for that to occur. And at that point, you know, we've already committed to the run. Is what it is. So... There's I think, I'll be honest, I think she has slightly forgotten his assignment, because I haven't seen him pull anything extra, but it's fine. There's been enough random shenanigans going on that I'm not too concerned. And also, Baze is just pulling a lot, so it's... I thought he was going to try and take, like, the speedrun route, but he said himself that I need more XP. which we're killing it fast enough that it doesn't really matter. But one of the things I did say in the presentation at the start is that I thought they might consider that to be the case, when in reality it does not matter. You actually don't need the added XP. It does not make a significant difference in the run. Also, I need to put that there. I equipped it and then I forgot to use it. I don't actually know how much or how many stats they get. It might just give them 4 crit. So if it only gives them 4 crit, then like maybe it's actually not good for this situation. But I will still, I'll run my trinket swap setup here. And let me put this here. I can now drink that. What else can I do? I can equip 2 of my items. I move them over here. I can do that. Oh, I'm level 12 because of the turn-in. Right. So I'm going to equip this. This should help my damage a little bit. I'm actually, while they pull that, my level's 15. Right. It's fine. When do I get Blade Dance? It should be any level now. Okay, and what else can I use? Right, oh, I forgot to use this. I could have used this at level 10. I was forgetting something. It's fine, though. Got my buffs up. I'm gonna be careful here, right? Because if I get, like, speared or something, and I'm out of, line of sight, also, yeah, I kind of figured Baze would pull into boss, which, hey, is fine. Okay, and I'm actually just going to use a healing potion there. I got clipped by that. Just play it safe. What else? I'm going to put this over here. I want to, at some point, whenever I can mount and access my... Oh my god! Yeah, see, that's the concern, though. That actually... I cannot believe I lived that, and Pia did heal me quickly, and rescued me, damn. But that is one of the concerns, right? Especially with how scaling can be. Some of these things are not scaled for low-level characters. So, if Pia had not healed me quickly, I actually might have died when that random mob jumped on top of me. So, the affix is working as intended to an extent, but in that case, it did not cause me to die. But I am glad that I was right about the survivability issues I might face. Not necessarily Pia's fault here. Is there anything else I can equip that is useful? I don't know if I put Boggling Root on my bars. I'll refresh it. If you missed my... I did a whole consumable overview. Boggling Root only gives me 1 physical damage dealt. It is terrible. But because I found a bunch of them for really cheap in the auction house, and I'm like, haha, Boggling Root, because it's the classic, like, parse item. I thought it was too funny to pass up on, so I bought, like, a stack, and I'm just using them, because why not? It works, it stacks with other stuff. Okay, can't teleport out of the dungeon while in combat. Okay, stop pulling quick. Gotta get DNF. Yeah, that's one of the many reasons I need to do this, unfortunately. It's a little bit too scuffed. Still in combat. I'm not in combat with anything, but they are... I think still pulling, whatever. I did consider getting top hats. What I'm going to do now is I might buy... Can I get... I can do all Warband transferable, and then I can send over Darkman tickets. And then just TP out. Just whenever we get out of combat, it's fine. I'm only losing a little bit of mob kill XP here. It doesn't actually matter all that much. But I expected that something like this would happen, which is why I tried to prepare for it. We can rebuff. It at least doesn't consume my potions. I think that might be the last mob. Yes, it is. Alright, we're going to get Darkman Fair buff real quick. And in fact, I'm just going to make sure I have it. And then I'm going to gun shoes, do this, and then I'll just buy a few top hats. Normally I do this before going in because of that, but I figured since I know I can TP out for this, it's fine. There you go. It's going to take me a little bit to catch up. There's no way around that with how this dungeon is designed, but it's fine, because I don't actually need to be present for the boss. In fact, actually, I'm just going to sit here and wait downstairs for them. I don't think it'll cause a reset. I'm going to use a Darkened Top Hat. I'll put it on my bars somewhere. And then I can start setting up while I wait. I can also start clearing bags a little bit. May as well. How are we on time? 17 minutes. Item cannot be destroyed. That's crazy. Still, let's do this. Wee's doing his job of misdirecting Baze. So far, Baze has been quite resistant to it. He's even pinging. Where is he pinging? Oh, he's directing Baze down the wrong hallway. Okay. Alright. Good shit, Weez. Does Baze fall for it? Baze does not fall for it. Damn. Alright. Alright. Good shit, Baze. Now, I'm really worried, because so far there's been multiple things in here that have just one-shot me. By the way, you know, I'll repeat, if anybody from Blizzard ever happens to watch this, for the love of God, please fix your fucking time-walking scaling. It is so bad. It's the reason why I had to give up and, like, get at least some people to help me. Because it's just, otherwise, if I get a pug of 4 random people who are AFK, I cannot solo the dungeon at level 10. It's quite literally impossible. And there's too many little quirks like this that just mean I will randomly just drop over dead to a single mob. It's, I don't know, it's just kind of unacceptable at this point. It's been an issue for a while, and the fact that they just added Dragonflight time walking, and it's still just as bugged, is not great, in my mind. Okay, what other buffs did I lose? I definitely lost my Grilled Squid. I'll refresh that in the next dungeon. I got everything I need in terms of that. I'm going to teleport out. And then while I'm here, I'm just going to buy really quick Darkmoon Top Hats again, just to make sure that I have a bunch. And I should be good. Then I'm going to teleport back in. I'm going to turn in the quest at the start, and then we're going to requeue. I can requeue now. I'll take this. I'll take this for a little bit more self-healing. I don't actually remember if this one has a quest. This is on, like, ever so slightly one of the slower ones. And it does have a quest. Okay, nice. Yeah. Then I think all of them in time walking the quest scale to work properly. Yeah, nice. The only real variance is just Brackenhide is, like, solid 2 minutes slower. And Ruby Life Pools is, like, a bit faster by, like, 2-ish minutes. Is this versatility? I'll just... Oh, no, that's crit. Which one is verse? That's mastery, I think. I'll take crit, it's fine. I'm gonna get my food buff real quick. May as well. While Baze pulls all of that. What else can I use? I believe, actually, I can use my new Agi Flask now. Okay. And got my food buff. I should have everything else that I need. Can I actually... What? You can use gun shoes in this dungeon. Alright. Okay. And honestly, one of those abilities may have killed me, so it might be optimal to skip it. I need to find my Grand Expedition Yak. What I can tell you for sure is I'm not going to soak any of these orbs on this boss. I don't know if it one-shots me, and I don't exactly want to find out. So I'm going to get rid of that. Just get rid of that. Actually, I want that. And hopefully we do soak here, though, because if we don't, I think the orb colliding with the boss would actually kill me. That sounds like exactly the type of thing that would not be scaled properly. Okay, that is scaled properly. Nice. Level 17. My projected time for this section, the time walking, is about 30 minutes. So far, it looks like we are going to be around there. Set my racial up. Probably won't need it, but you never know. Because we're at like 22 minutes, but also keep in mind, right, that the oh, I'm a little bit worried about this. Shit. I actually kind of pulled extra there. Okay, I need to be really careful. I don't know if the Worm Leap is going to kill me, so I'm just going to preemptively Healing Pot here. And I'm not in the Breath, okay. Breath also might not be scaled properly, I have no idea, don't want to find out. Baze died?! Oh, wait! How did... When did Baze die? I blinked and I missed it. I guess he must have just died. He must have died, like, pulling the track? Okay. I was so focused on not dying, I didn't even realize that he fell over. What? Oh, Wee's got knocked off. Okay. What is... Okay. Yeah, that's about what I expected. So I asked Baze, Fury Warrior main, by the way. I asked him, can you tank for this? He said sure. I deliberately chose Baze as the tank because I figured this would be an accurate representation. I want you to take a look at the weapon he's currently using. This guy, by the way, you know, in my Hall of Fame rating guild, he has, like, full Mythic Bis. The best he could do for a Strength one-hander is nothing. He has a 220 Agi Warbound one-hander. That explains so much. But that is exactly what I signed up for. This is the experience that I was looking for. I could not be happier right now. Oh, Baze. What else do I need? What else do I need? I have all my buffs rolling. That probably would one-shot me. I have food buff. I have my weapon runes still. At level 19, I have a few new items that I can equip. I forgot to use the War Scroll. I'll be honest, it didn't seem like the War Scroll was scaling properly, so I'm actually just going to delete that, so that I don't worry about it constantly. Do that. They're doing the wind goal first? It's not M+. Oh, God. It doesn't matter, the boss is dead. Gloves. That is... Okay, if it wasn't for the enchant, that would be better. But also I have a new pair of gloves at level 22. Would that be better? Honestly, that probably is better, at least until 22. Let's see, okay, I'm definitely going to stay back a little bit on this pull. That could kill me. And my Boggling Root's about to expire. Okay, has Baze gotten threat? This guy is 4100 score. Surely he knows how to survive the Algathar pull. So far, so good. I don't really have much AoE, so not really a whole lot I can do to keep up with them here. Chuck recuperate there. What are you doing? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault.
I knew I had to wait, because Wheeze got punched in the face there. If I got punched, that may have actually one-shot me. So I did not want to risk it. Alright, nice. Overall, a decent Algathar so far. We're probably... What? Where's... There's no way he's doing a fucking skip. Oh my god. I mean... All of us can actually do it, shit. Okay, alright. Baze, kind of cooking. Oh, no, 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 Baze, Baze, Baze. Ah. Oh, he's just going straight into boss. Okay, alright, I'm out of here. He has threat now. Thank goodness. I did not expect him to just not thunderclap those. Alright. Algothar Puzzle Box is hilarious. Do we get the clean sweep? If I get Ruby Life Pools here, then it's actually pretty much a perfect run out. I kind of almost hope that I get Brackenhide, because I feel like that would balance it more effectively. Oh, shit. Why does teleport back in drop me in the wrong spot? I'm actually going to do something a little bit risky. But I think I can thread the needle. Nice! Okay. Actually so fucking clean. And Brackenhide. Honestly, you know what? One Brackenhide to balance out the RNG, to make it so this is like the... What would be a normal run. I think that's good. I think that is actually exactly what I want. This is not going to end up being the perfect set of dungeons. Yeah, because I explained to them the whole, if we get Brackenhide first, then we'll restart, but like they understood. Where do I normally put Blur? Having Blur at all is actually quite nice here. Now, if you know the route, Brackenhide actually isn't horrible. It's not like it's the worst thing ever. What? The game just, like, munched meta off my bars as I was dragging it. Alright, Baze is doing crazy shit here, honestly. Considering this helps Brackenhide. The only issue is that it, has the chance of killing me. Okay, I'm level 20. Yeah, because then, if I get targeted from one of these abilities, it could, kill me. Fel Rush is actually okay damage at a lower level. I should have taken Chaos Nova if I knew he was going to do pulls like this. As long as I don't die, we're fine. Just make sure we don't pull extra there. The problem is we haven't gotten any of the prisoners. So it's not like this really saves that much time. This is why you don't really pull Brackenhide quite like this. But I can just go prisoners. Where's my... Huh? For some reason I hit my keybind for ping. Okay, Wheeze is getting it. Hopefully that's clear enough. Honestly, Baze did, like, some crazy shit there, but that worked out. It's fine. I'm gonna just perma or pre-blur that, so I don't just die. Can actually kick now, which is good. Alright, and this is the last dungeon, and then I have to lock the fuck in. Hatred. Stupid pop-up. Okay. This actually makes the most sense as a wrong way. The hilarious thing about this is, I actually think Baze is correct here. I go left as well when I do this in time walking. Which is really not something I thought Baze would ever do. Because this is sketchier. Like, I gotta give Baze some credit. I mean, like, he is using an agi weapon. He did forget to queue his tank for the first minute of the run. And he did die. He's had his moments, for sure. He has justified the Baze affix. But he's not getting misled as easy as I thought. He's making some routing decisions that I did not expect him to figure out. Because they are unconventional. Like, in M+, you never went this way, but this is actually shorter for, like, standard dungeons. So, good shit. He is also struggling to get threat, because he's just pulling these and not tagging them at all. But also, Pia's doing a good job of healing through it. Just really worried that I'm gonna get fucked by this. Can't really see the traps. Okay, it looks like Wee's A1. Did I don't think there was a quest here, right? I didn't see one. Brackenhide, I'm pretty sure the quest isn't available until later. Trying to ping Baze to let him know I have threat. At least Demon Hunter can do crazy shit here. So, if I was any other spec, this might be a little bit tricky. Cheese pulled the boss, okay. She is fulfilling his affix. Good shit. Oh, crap. Okay. Is this the one where he pulls you in? Yes. Okay. Woo. I still have threat on those vultures. Should be fine. I really don't know if he's getting threat on any of these, so I'm really worried. Okay, it looks like he is. Okay, no, these ones he's just running ahead. But overall, fast Brackenhide. This is going to be 35 minutes, which I think was... I said before, anything below 40 minutes I'm happy with, and 30 to 35 minutes was my projection for what I thought this would be. And honestly, like, this is actually, in terms of dungeon RNG, it's not perfect, but one Brackenhide, I mean, you're bound to run into it once. It's very lucky if you don't encounter it a single time. One Brackenhide is within standard variants, and I also got pretty good dungeons. No Ruby life pools definitely makes it not, like, super duper amazing, but this is not, like, the worst RNG I could have gotten. This is more than acceptable. Oh, nice. Apparently that was the last one I needed for them out. This stun is rough. Weeze might die here. Doesn't really matter. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure I can't do that while in combat. I believe the chest gives XP, so I'm actually just gonna... And if there's a trinket, it might be for. Okay. And now I am cut loose. I'm left to my own devices. The rest of this I have to do solo. So I gotta figure this shit out. What am I doing? I'm not gonna do any of the profession stuff. I didn't get that set up, but I am doing the quests, doing this, and I do get to turn this in with the 30% buff, so that's nice. How many Darkman top hats do I have? 7. That should be enough, honestly, but I'm going to literally just as absolute insurance buy... We have 10. This is 100% enough. I'm gonna gun shoes here, slight move speed increase. Talk to Sage, did this. That up, angled it slightly wrong, but it should be fine. Talk to you, get this, and then we Hearthstone. And now I gotta figure out, I have like a new alternate route plans out. Yeah, see, oh my god, I was absolutely correct. Whispered said, having Baze tank was a strange choice, because I think he's assuming that, like, you know, that was terrible and whatever. Little does he know that having Baze tank was the choice. It was intentional. And Baze exceeded my expectations in ways that only Baze can. Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna really quick, because I do need to turn on Chromie Time. I'm going to select Timeline, select Legion Invasion. Chromie? Chromie, hello. Hi, Chromie. Hello, hi. Hi, Chromie, I'm speaking to you. I need you to pick Legion Invasion, thank you. Okay, and then I'm gonna turn on War Mode. I have all my stuff rolling. We're gonna head down here. I don't necessarily know... Hello? Oh, what? Interesting. Is it this? Okay, I'll be honest, I probably should have tested this. I've never actually tried to get the Dollar on Hearthstone and Void Elf Demon Hunter. It's fine, but this is, as long as this doesn't take long, and I'm immediately fucking it up, then it's okay. I know I can skip this cutscene. Okay, and actually, like, I mean, this still gives quest XP. Not bad. It's like a regular quest. Yeah. Okay, there's an invisible wall around this. Okay. Where'd that quest go? Okay, I'm just... We're killing demons. Alright, that I can do. I can't imagine this is going to be incredibly efficient, but having a Dollar on Hearthstone is going to be really important. Because I really, really, really need to make sure that I have a second teleport. I cannot rely just on my Hearthstone. And if this isn't a massive time loss, which I don't think it will be, then I should be good to go. With the Illidari and the Mage Quarter. Okay, so presumably that is for... Just gonna Swiftness Potion here. That will take me to Dalaran, and then we can go from there. What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? Fel Rush gains an additional charge. Going in the blink of an eye. Yes. Talk to the Kirantor Emissary to teleport to Dalaran. That should be at the base of the Mage Tower. Kirantor Emissary. Okay. Yep. Overall, I mean, that's a little bit slower than just taking the Dalaran skip, but I'm getting quest XP from this. So it's not like I'm really losing that much time by doing this, and I do think it is really important to have this Hearthstone. And also this is not that bad, all things considered. You'll see why the Hearthstone's important later. Then this will take me here, I turn this quest in, and then I fly to the Alliance Quarter, and then we're off to Duskwood. Or more realistically, I start a little bit further. I'm going to take the... We'll do... this. Also, Baze forgot to G-invite me. Can you G-invite me? Baze forgot. In fairness, I forgot to remind him, but we'll count that as Baze affix. Fuck. If it doesn't go through, let me know, and we can group. Sometimes it bugs out if it's cross-server. So you might be wondering, why am I skipping Elwyn Forest? Okay, perfect. I'm leaving Elwyn Forest as a backup because it's really easy to access thanks to the Darkwind Fair teleport. So I don't know how much XP I actually need. In fact, actually, real quick, I have a Google Doc. I need to check my Google Doc. Okay. I have a plan. So I've talked about this a few times. If you watched some of my recent streams, which I know obviously most people watching this won't have, but I tease that I have a super secret plan to make this run faster than normal. And basically, we are going to be juicing Draft of 10 lands as much as possible. The idea is that I am going to ensure that I carry it over as far as I can into 80 to 90 leveling. And the way that I'm going to make sure I do that is... Okay, yeah, that quest is not up yet. The way that I make sure I do that is by saving as many quests as I can during Duskwood and Lochmodan. I'm going to get up to level 49, which is the last level that you can activate this, and then I'm going to have everything prepped before that. The moment I hit 49, I pop a new Draft of 10 lands, and then I full send, and I try to do as much as I can. And hopefully, by waiting to complete a bunch of quests in Duskwood and Lochmodan, I'll be able to do those sections of the route extra super duper fast. And then I will carry over the potion for longer into that level range. So I have gone ahead and done some practice for Duskwood and Lochmodan and like written down all of the quests that are not required. Because there's a lot of different quests that are part of the longer chain, and so it is required to complete them. I should get a rare mob. That's a good sign. That means probably we're going to get a few of these. There are a lot of quests that you need to do in order to continue. But there are many chains that just kind of end, and there's no follow-up. So you're totally good to just go ahead and you know, Lifesteal's already doing basically nothing. So I'm going to go ahead and equip this new thing, and then I'm going to use my Buzzing Rune real quick. This way I won't need to swap this again throughout the run. And clear that to save a little space on my bars. I don't really care about Winter Squid anymore. Boggling Root, I'll use one, and then I'll take it off my bars. It served me well. And I need... actually, I don't need these Worgen, but I was just kind of holding W. It's fine. I need wolves and spiders here. So, for instance, like this quest, Dusky Crab Cakes, Seasoned Wolf Kebabs, these are just kind of individual quests. And there are normally, like, good places to turn them in when you're just doing the entire chain in Duskwood. That's one of the things that makes Duskwood so good. There's a lot of overlapping quests, but only some of them are actually part of the entire chain. Others, you can just kind of do them in whatever order you want, which is good for me. Also, I should note, for Havoc Demon Hunter, this spec, it's still a little bit clunky at this level. We're already at the point where its kit is starting to come together, but a lot of like the really strong passives that make it flow super well, they're not fully online yet. I would say in the 30s, when you get those talents, that's when Havoc like really comes together and becomes what I think is a very strong leveling spec. And just having this amount of mobility, right, like being able to flexibly round up all these mobs, is really good. Now, obviously, like, Guardian Druid can do that as well, but Guardian doesn't have, like, the burst of I-Beam, Blade Dance, etc. So, nice, we get Lupos there. Lupos has a wide patrol range, so I'm glad I managed to find him. Just gonna do this. I could've just turned around. I thought it was off cooldown. Good, though. I think, honestly, this is meta. I'm saving meta, but, like, I'm used to, what is it, Chaotic Transformation, where when you meta, all your CDs get reset. But in that case, I don't have that talent yet, so I don't need to worry about that. And let's do this. Since I'm still in meta, I'm just going to hold on to I-Beam, because, yeah, I can just one-shot those mobs really easily. And... hey, honestly, very good RNG with Dusky Lumps. I mean, it's fairly minor. It's one quest, right? But whenever I see that I'm getting good RNG, I mean, it's hard not to be excited. Every little bit helps. All right, do we get not another one there, but I still need 4 more wolves. So let's go a little bit further, try and get a bunch. I hope this one doesn't leash. I'm going to try to hit it with max range I-Beam. It's okay. These mobs are, like, just barely spread out enough that as you're rounding them up, you can sometimes mess up, and one of them snaps back, which is a little bit annoying. That happened a few times. Taunt this, and spider. dazed there, but as long as this wolf doesn't snap, he should be fine. And I'm going to Fel Rush for damage. And this should, if the drop... Yeah, nice. That is perfect. Demonic. Alright, that is really good. This. Okay, so, Seasoned Wolf Kebabs I save. Dusky Crab Cakes I save. Worgen in the Woods No, that's a different Worgen in the Woods. So this is Wolves at Our Heels. I turn this one in. Hermit, Night's Watch. Clerk Daltrey, this one is the Stolen Letters. This one I turn in. Now, this is the first Worgen in the Woods. There's 2 quests, Worgen in the Woods, but that one, they both have the exact same name. That one I turn in now. The next Worgen in the Woods I turn in later.
Hello. Have a good one.
I'm doing... what is it? It's Rare Mob. I'm pretty sure I remember every other quest after that. I just know there's a lot of initial ones that are kind of weird. I'll take that. This one, we do Supplies to Darkshire. Here. I can, I'll get 1 food buff. Just 1. Especially because I just need to organize this. So as I do that, I forgot to equip that. I lost a decent amount of value off those items, but honestly, it doesn't matter. I'm perfectly fine. There is Ghost Elixir shortly that I'll need to do. Okay. Nice. Watch your Ava. No, I need to loot those. Can't remember. Then this I do more. And then there's a rare mob up in the hills. Let's go there. I do Insane Ghoul after. I think I hit a bunch of tree branches. It's really difficult to fly. Situations like that. See, this is why Havoc is good, right? We're already at the point where you, once you start to get those talents, because I-Beam is only a 30-second cooldown, and you're going to spend a lot of time flying around, you can just, like, in a lot of pulls, open with I-Beam, do your big burst, and then the mobs are all dead. And that's all that really matters. This is Night Watch. Night Watch is not one of the ones I turn in. Yeah. And then Bones That Walk, this is one of the ones I hold. Okay. What I really should have done is I should have, on my notes, written down which quest giver has the quests. I kind of thought that I'd be able to recognize it just off-site, which was partially true. I did, I have kind of recognized it, but I did have to double-check just to be sure. Take that. Keep. Gather Rot Blossoms is this. No, this one I will turn in. And yeah, now we do this. Insane Ghoul I turn in. It's just the one to kill all these mobs. That's the one that I hold on to. The Rot Blossoms and the Insane Ghoul, I can turn both of those in. Tag the wrong one. Just need to make sure that the mages are the most annoying ones here. So basically, the general plan for this run is, I've already explained, I'm trying to like juice the potion as much as possible. But Lochmodon also has a lot of stuff. So I'm going to do the bulk of Duskwood, but we're going to save a lot of those turn-ins. Then I'm going to do the bulk of Lochmodon. Now, obviously, doing a run like this, it's not something I can really simulate without just, like, actually ripping it. So I kind of figured I would do as much, like, practice and napkin math as I possibly could to make sure that I had, like, a rough estimate. So I'm pretty sure midway through Lockwood is when I'm going to hit level 50, but it's really hard to tell unless you actually sit down and do the run. So I'm going to just play it by ear, and depending on when I feel like I'm approaching level 50 in Lockwood I've devised a few different, like, route adjustments that I can make for optimal speed. Basically, how many quests do I want to stack? If I'm about to hit level 50, then I just won't worry about it, and I'll just rip it. But if I think I have, like, a few levels left to go, then I might try and, like, juice it a little bit more. Okay, so we get Classy Glass there, then Rot Blossoms. We turn this in. Juice Delivery. Is there... Okay, yeah, that's not a turn-in. All these other ones I hold. PvP talent slot. Sure. And then, nice, we have the Ogre quests now. So this is, yeah, Dark Journal, okay. And these, I think I turn in both of them. Turn in both. This is Rotting Orchard and In a Dark Corner. Just, I'm checking my notes. Neither of these are on there, yeah. I was pretty sure that I turned both of these in because they lead to the follow-up in the mines, and then those ones I hold on to. Although I might turn in one of them, I can't remember. Or not. It's Roland's Doom and Violent Tainted. So those are two of the ones that I hold, according to my notes. So the paper's over there. Let's see, I need specifically the casters. There's also a rare mob in this general area, so I need to be on the lookout. He does have a very wide patrol range, though. Let's hunt you in. Let's try and... Nice. Demonic is just, like, such a massive power spike for Havoc leveling. Okay, that's everything. We're gonna quickly check the rare mob. Most of them have been up. I'm gonna just look for the nameplate through the trees to see. God. Dude, I hate flying in Duskwood. It's such a fucking nightmare. Is he in the cave? The rare mob patrols from this cave down this hill. I have not seen him. But then he also patrols the orchard slightly. Oh my god. He was just right behind me, and I did not see him. Fine. Yeah, I need to do 2 more. And it is in here. Dark Corner, Roland's Doom. And this one. And then this is Violent Tainted? Yes, okay. My notes are pristine, and they are spot on. And the other quests, when I get these, I'm going to complete them, but I'm going to hold on to them. I won't turn them in immediately. Those are also among the ones I save. I was hoping they'd run to me and I'd get some of these as threat. That's one of, like, the things about tanking while leveling that you don't really notice. But you generate so much extra threat that mobs like this, which they have, like, a passive level of threat against each other, if you tag them lightly as a tank, they'll usually start running to you. So it makes it much easier to group them up. But if you're a DPS, that's not the case. Now, does it really matter that much? No, but it's one of the reasons why tank specs tend to be, in many cases, better for leveling. Obviously, Havoc is just very good. Okay, there's no chest here. A lot of times there's chests in this area, but we do get Nefaru. Okay, get these pages. And then I need... do I need to loot them? No, I just need to find the mobs' vile things. Okay. The Worgen and Demon Hunter animations are so janky. Okay, one more. Nice. And now normally I would go back to turn these in, but I'm not actually going to, because we're just going to save that, which is why I have my hearth set to Darkshire. Because if my notes are correct, then all the quests around here I can just pick up from these guys. Yep, and I was correct. This is one of the nice things about, the follow the arrow route, obviously not ready just yet, but as I was in the process of working on it, this is one of those things that I started looking into. I have to figure out the absolute perfect order through Duskwood. Anyways, normally, I'll be honest, for the longest time, I've just been kind of winging it, because for speedruns, it doesn't matter that much, but if I'm coding it into the add-on, it's gotta be pristine. So I figured, while I'm at it, I may as well figure out, is there a way that I can, like, game this for, making things slightly faster. And I came up with this little adjusted route. To... Good. First pull. I'm gonna check for... There's chests sometimes in this area. I'm just gonna single target down this mob and then mount up again, because I'd rather just do a bigger pull with I-beam. I should probably not have landed there, but it's fine. Okay, is that interrupted? I can do this. Does it... Wait, Chaos Nova? Okay, I was gonna say, I don't know what did so much damage there. That was just an auto attack? I guess like I crit or something? It's kind of fucking crazy. I have new consumables that I can use since I have hit level 30. I can... It's kind of a bad time to look for it at this exact moment. 4 minutes on draft of 10 lands. I'm just going to consume it now so I don't forget. Two more ogres. I can kill them on the way out. I'll pull you guys together. And... what consumes are we looking at? Unfortunately, it's so much easier to do horde runs because everything is just much more organized and coordinated. But for runs like this, I'm inherently a little bit disorganized because I don't have time at the very start when I'm normally doing like the Sylvanas RP in Silverpine Forest to organize my bags. So for Alliance runs, I always have to kind of scramble to figure everything out, but that is part of the run. I'm gonna do these two quests, and then there's a roleplay quest, which in most cases is not fast, but it'll give me time to like sort out my buffs and whatnot, and it'll only like 30 seconds. One. And... Get jumped by the Worgen. Because I have to clean my bags at some point, and this will basically be the end of Duskwood. Nice. Very close to overkilling it. That would have been not great. But that's kind of the problem when you have a lot of speedy items. I'm inside a plow, so I gotta be careful. Do this in. Note that these Duskwood quests, I don't want to have to fly all the way to the other side of Duskwood, so I'm not worrying about that too much. Alright. This is the roleplay I'm talking about. I do get full quest XP off this, though, so it is worth it to get this set up now. I have my new BOEs that I can use. And get rid of that. Do this, do that. Just vendor all of this stuff, that way I don't need to worry about it for the rest of the run. I'm just going to put this preemptively on my bars, Ghost Elixir. I'm going to just do that and then immediately take it off because I know I won't need it. We have Scrolls. I can do that there. I'm going to put this on my bars so I don't forget to use it later. I'm going to put this on my bars because I'm probably not going to need Drums of Fury until later. I got dismounted by something? I don't know what. Hearthstone I can just delete, but I do need to find Dollar on Hearthstone in my toy box and put it over there. I did not get Potion of the Toll Gear on my bags, but that's fine. And then we're going to use Dalhearth here. And everything else we turn in at the end, after I'm done with lock mode on. What do I want to do for this? I don't think I can enter Kulturas, and Kulturas is... I'll check. I probably should have tested this in advance. This might work, it might not. Worst case, I lose like 30 seconds. Best case, I save 2 minutes. The portal doesn't work. Okay. It's like 30 seconds. Does not matter. Traveling to Ironforge is always a little bit annoying. But such is life, you gotta do it. But that's should go to show, because every single time I do one of these runs, I get some comments like, oh, like, can't you just take the Ironforge portal inside of a Borealis? And the answer is no, you cannot. You do just kind of need to fly. There are certain conditions for unlocking it, like obviously if you start as a Kultiran, I believe you can access it, but it's not guaranteed. We'll take the hunts. Nice thing about getting the hunt there is having more little cooldowns is always very good for leveling. So that means I can just like use meta for one mob, I can use I-Beam for another, I can use the hunts for a different mob. I'm going to start coasting here for a little bit to conserve speed. Chaotic Transformation is there, but that's in the next section. I'm going to take initiative soon. I do want that stuff, but I think that's fine. I'll go down this route first, and I'm going to take one of those. I don't really remember which one I want. Okay, this is what happens on the PTR. Whenever you enter a zone that no players have been in, Blizzard has to spin up the server. So every time I do a PTR run, people always comment, but here you can see this is live servers. This is not the PTR, and in a random zone, I'm encountering that same lag that I get when I like go to Harrandar on the PTR. Alright, Lockbodan, there's a lot I gotta do here, and I need to make sure I do not fuck it up. Just gonna... I got that sorted, I did get everything else that I needed. I think, yeah, I'm good to start blasting. I also, my next class talent, because I got all the really important, like, damage ones, 2 charges of Throglaive. One of those. I think Throglaive has an increased range and 2 targets, or 2 charges. This one. Yeah, and 10-yard increased range. That one's really good. I'm using it a lot to round up mobs. Right, that's normally my hunt keybind, so I'm just going to do that. Okay, and let's do more mobs. So I should note, my goal for this run, the hopeful time that I'll get is sub 2 hours for 10 to 80, and then, I honestly, at this point, I don't think sub 1 hour, 80 to 90 is possible, but who knows, it might be. I do think that very close to 1 hour is what I'm hoping to get. So somewhere in the range of like 1 hour 5 minutes, 1 hour 15 minutes, around there, that's what I would be happy with as a final time. But the really big one that's a little bit up in the air is the 10 to 80 time. Now, I know that this is going to be really fast, but time walking is so weird, because the nice thing about it is by doing it at this level, I'm guaranteed to save time in 80 to 90, because I can do stuff that isn't time walking for those first 2 levels, and it'll be relatively faster. But the same is also true for why this section will be a little bit slower. So it's all a balancing act. I need to make sure I kill these mobs so that they don't leash. A little bit Fury starved here. One of the really awesome things about Havoc, right, is you can notice, if you pay close attention to my health bar, it does move, right? Like, Havoc is not invincible. It is a little tiny bit squishy, in theory, but I am generating so many souls by just my abilities and killing mobs that I am perma-topped up. I just have so much passive self-healing. I have maintained for a very long time that Havoc is a phenomenal leveling spec. Devourer, by the way, I'm sure I'm going to get some comments from people who didn't see the Devourer run that I did a little while back. Devourer is one of the worst leveling specs in the entire game. It's really, really, really bad. But Havoc is phenomenal. I haven't actually been able to do Havoc speedruns really up until now because they never started at level 10. So it used to be that the Demon Hunter starting zone just lost you way too much time for that to ever be a consideration, and it wasn't really a one-to-one comparison, right? For my runs, I want to have them at a consistent starting point, being an allied race. That way I can actually compare the times. But if one starts at level 8 and has a different starting zone, and the others start at level 10 and don't have a starting zone, then it's not really the same category. But now, you can play Havoc in the same category, which is quite nice. So I was kind of on the fence about whether or not I think it'll be faster. It's tough to say whether or not it is faster than Windwalker or Bear, but I do think that based on the testing that I've done, it's pretty safe to say that it is at least like on par with those three. It's really good. I mean, you can see what I'm doing here, right? Like, I mean, this is... So far, this has been pretty fucking clean. One of the best things about Havoc really is just the mobility. The Havoc mobility is... It's just so nice. You can just scoot around all over the place. Nothing can stop you. We also get, okay, good RNG on the positioning of these NPCs. Depending on the time of day, they'll sometimes be out of their houses, which means I don't need to run downstairs. I didn't plan to run around that. It's always a little bit random, depending on what time I'm able to start. But in this case, it seems that whatever the time that I picked ended up being perfect. So I'm just going to kill you, and then save meta, but hunt this guy. Okay. Hello? Okay. Got a little bit ahead of myself. Now, something I need to be very careful about is, in Lock Mode On, there are some quests that you can turn in ASAP, and others that you want to hold until the very end. And it looks like right now, see, I'm level 35. So it does seem like, ideally, I'm going to want to do, like, my route in Lock Mode On, where I get as much as I possibly can, and I get, like, a lot of bonus quests. So I'm going to try and hold on to as much as I possibly can. Now, I don't really know how big my quest log is, because I haven't actually practiced holding all the quests and seeing if I hit the limit. So if that happens, then... in fact, actually, to kind of account for that, what I should be doing is abandoning this stuff. Any of the quests from Duskwood that I don't want. That way, I have much more leeway for holding all of this. Need to loot the bears for the rumps. The spiders I don't need to loot, though. Got Immo Aura. Just gonna hunt. Okay, probably should have hunted the other target, but it was full health when I targeted it. There's not enough mobs, I think, there to do a really big pull. That's good, though. Do that. 2 bears. I want more spiders. There's more spiders closer to Felsimer. Do this, and now we have to do big pull in the Knoll camp. The rare mob's up. And nobody can say that I'm, big arm... Oh my god. The Knolls just kind of fucked me up there. That's a very strange scaling issue. But that's one of the nice things. I do remember on some squishier classes, I have died doing that pull. So I vaguely remember that the mobs hit hard, but I kind of always just chalk that up to, oh, it's probably whatever spec I'm playing is just really weak. But that's the nice thing about Havoc. You pop meta, it stuns everything, and you're just good to go. You're fucking invincible. Master increases move speed, yes. I mean, there's so many good Havoc class talents that... now that I think I have all the really important ones that I want, it's just a matter of going down, and I look at the class talents, I'm like, alright, which one do I want to take this level? That one? Alright, good to go. There's sometimes a chest spawn here. Okay, so I haven't gotten the absolute best RNG, because no chests yet. Hopefully that changes. There is still plenty of time. We get spider. How many do I need? I need one more beyond this. I see one there. Oh, God, I love Havoc. Fuck so hard. Okay. Most of those quests, almost every single one I just did, we're saving until the end. Let me quick, I gotta make sure I'm frequently checking my buffs. Everything seems to be in working order. At level 40, I have some new consumes that I can start using. So I gotta remember to do that. Right. What else? Darkmoon Top Hat, I can refresh. What else? What else? What else? Everything looks good for now. I don't think there's anything that needs immediate refreshing. But especially because I absolutely need to make sure that I remember Draft of 10 lands. So I'm trying, like, I'm basically giving myself mental reminders constantly of check buffs, check buffs, check buffs. Now, I'm really hoping that there's no way I forget to refresh Draft of 10 lands. I'm probably going to, just to be absolutely positive, refresh it multiple times at like 48 and 49, just so there's no possible way that I completely fuck up. But I think it's also just a good habit to be doing this often. Is this... there's one more Tunnel Rat Forager. Nice. Quest there. Okay, yeah, we're good. This is definitely one situation where I will want to have a Swiftness Potion up for the run out. Going to tag this mob here. And... oh, that was a big I-beam. I lined up all 5 of those. Fuck yeah. There's no gear in that tunnel. Okay. Let's see. This is probably good enough. Whoa! Alright. Almost died there. I almost bit off a little bit more than I could chew. But Havoc is fucking broken, so we are good to go. Unfortunately, I did have to use my my health pot, which frankly didn't really do enough to justify it. But I did panic and hit the health pot. So I'm just gonna make sure I take that off my bars so I don't accidentally press it. Now we can Swiftness pot. I'm gonna keep running. I'm hoping that I drop combat with this guy. If I'm fast... okay, yeah, there are respawns. It's fine. Just kill all these mobs, and then we'll mount up. And yeah, I'm out of combat with that mob. Perfect. All of these quests I need to turn in. Because this is what leads into the next section of the zone. Spent talent points. Sure, let's take that. I definitely need to take Soul Rending, actually. I should probably do that soon. Turn off Leatrix Plus. Talk to you, Bearer of Knowledge. The Moss-eyed Knoll Ears you actually don't need. Take that. Similarly here, I can do... then this guy has this quest. And... alright. The only thing I need to turn in here is Murloc's Scent Gland. All of the other quests are irrelevant. I still want to complete them, as usual, But I'm gonna wait until the very end to turn in. Okay. Using the hunt just really never gets old. It's so much fun. Okay, do that. Take this. Right, I was about to say, why is it not picking up? Because I disabled my auto pickup and turn in. That would be why. Okay. I mean, so far, I will say, this is going really well. Even if I fuck up and die, I should know, like, you know, it's not over. The run, so far, all the important stuff, all the stable stuff, has gone well enough that, like, dying is a hiccup. It's not a run-ending hiccup. You know, I have Darkmoon Top Hats. I have plenty of backup stuff. We are okay. I'm gonna just pull these two. Thought I could get that other one, but it's on the other side of the hill. Neither one dropped a scent gland. That's fine. I need to put Bear Tartar on my bars here. I'm gonna go over here, taunt in this Lock Rock, and do this. And then I'm going to I-beam. Ah, we got a leash. It's fine. Buzzards you just need to kill, though. So usually, it's the Crocolisks that are annoying, because they're the ones that have RNG drops. But we got 2 jaws off that, so that's pretty good. Okay, that Immora didn't connect. I'm going to try and taunt this, and then really hoping no leashes here. Big I-beam. Holy! That's what I like to see. Alright, only 1 Croc Jaw from that, though, so it's the RNG in action. Being able to maneuver through the air as I round up these mobs is very nice. Really would love to have Chaotic Transformation right about now. Is that still 4 jaws? We have Gosh Haldir over here, though. Nice, level 40, I can rock resets. Hope that Croc doesn't leash again, words. Fine. Nice, that's everything. Before I forget, just do this, and I need to turn in only the Murloc scent glands, and then while I get Bear Tartar food buff, so I'm going to cancel that food buff. Smells like a plan. That's that one. Then I get this follow-up. Then I can do this. And then I'm going to real quick get Bear Tartar set up while I check. What else do I not need? Azure Span, I can abandon that. Let's see. Void Elf. And I'll hold on to that. Alright, there's my food buff. Then tag the mob. And then I have to turn in that quest, and then it sends me to the other side of the zone. But we have a lot prepped here. We're sitting on about probably close to 10 levels of just quests already. And then, okay, the follow-up is not here, though. It's after you turn that in. I can't remember. Is it this guy or this guy right here? Yeah, it's the expedition. Alright. Perfect. Now, just to save a little bit of time as I fly, Leatrix Plus, turn Automate Quests back on. Because these next few, I'm going to be auto-turning in So it'll just save me a little bit of time. New PvP slots. I want Glimpse, but I can't take that yet. I'll take Sigil Mastery and then I'll swap it. What do I want? I want, sure, 4 verse. Or no, I want Soul Running. Oh, that's fine. Didn't get a full I-beam off on these guys, unfortunately. It's all good, and then just apply changes. I did. I got my new buffs. This rare mob's not up. Okay. That surprises me. This one's off the beaten path, so really the only people who find this are ones who are deliberately looking for it. It's fine. I mean, I've gotten, so far, relatively good RNG. I find chests in this area a lot, so fingers crossed. These quests at the excavation site, I turn all of these in. I get this Explorers League document. And then there's some at the stuff at the lodge. That's the thing I'm not sure about, right? Basically, the lodge is too far from Thelsimer to justify saving it. So I can save as much as I can at the lodge if I think that, like, holding on to it will give me enough time to reach level 49. Otherwise, it's just better to turn it in and continue on, and then do, like, wetlands. Or something like that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, though. Just gonna meta here. Need to loot them for the idols. Okay. Scan for chests, scan for chests. Not seeing any. No chest this run. A little bit unlucky, but we'll make do. I still am making phenomenal time here. Turn that in the other order. 2-second time loss. I can take Glimpse now. Take Soul Rending. After I pick up all of these quests... Actually, I won't do it just yet, but a lot of these I will want to hold on to, at least for a bit. Actually, I don't think I need to turn off Leotrix Plus, because none of them... The main reason I turned it off before is because a lot of them were on the same NPC. So I didn't want to risk turning in one that I didn't need to. But in this case, they're all on different people. Yeah, rounding up these eagles as a demon hunter is actually very easy. It's quite nice. I don't get new BOEs. Oh wow, actually very lucky with the feathers. That was one of the better sets of RNG I've gotten on that quest. We look for Lord Kondar in this area. Lord Kondar, where art thou? There you are. I don't want to get in combat with that Bobcat. Nice. So this is actually kind of fun. There is a Demon Hunter only skip for this particular quest. Oh, I got it! Let's go! When I was practicing Lock Modan, I realized I could do that. And I'm like, oh, I really hope I don't fuck that up in the run. Let's fucking go. So that way you don't need to run all the way around the cave. Also, the fact that Optimo just happened to be right there is quite lucky. That was kind of fucking clean. Unfortunately, I can't, I'm not a druid, can't stealth out of here. I do need to fight my way out. So I'm just going to make sure that I kill all these mobs, and then the moment I'm in the cave entrance, I can mount up. Don't want to accidentally get the eagle. What do I want? Let's just take Furious Gaze. Let's take... Sure. There's probably a better talent point I could have spent for class stuff, but that is fine. And then... Yeah, and then we do all this stuff. Honestly, this might actually line up perfectly. This might work out, because I always delay turning in the Lodge quests, because I do it in this order, which I've always felt was the fastest. But it means that I get to do the big turn-in of the Lodge towards the end, just naturally. So if it ends up lining up in such a way that I do... You know what I'm going to do? Yeah. I'm not going to do wetlands, I don't think, because I should be done... I should be 49 before that point. And instead, I can use, like I said before, Elwyn Forest as a backup. If my math is wrong, and I don't get enough from, like, Duskwood and Lochmodon turn-ins, then it's fine. Then I have many sources of backup XP. Alright, 7 on a 7. And grab this. Believe that's the last document. Ashtail is somewhere around here, presumably. I'm not seeing Ashtail. Could be down. It is a frequent rare. It does have a long patrol range, but it also... that is like a popular hunter tame, so that is one that I usually expect to not be up if I don't see it immediately. And one rare is not really worth hunting extensively for. I need to get back here before they leash. Nice. And there is Nyx. Nyx is another rare in this area. Have a threat on those. Going to taunt you. And nice, none of them leashed. Perfect. It's a good pull. I'm hoping Nyx is on the other side. Nyx has a very wide patrol range. But if Ashtail's not up, which technically I don't know, it's not like I checked every inch of the patrol range, it's possible Nyx is down as well. It's another hunter rare. And Shonda the Spinner was also down. Guaranteed. That one obviously only has one spawn point. So it might just be that any rares that are hunter tameable, somebody just went through here and cleared them out. I'll just at least scan the edges of the patrol range, just in case. And not seeing it. That is fine. Hello? I don't have Chaotic Transformation. I'm going to save meta for Geoshaper Marin in a second. I have I-Beam anyway. Okay, never mind. I'm missing one Glass Wing. And 2 Boars. Okay. This quest is a little bit annoying sometimes, depending on the positioning of the mobs and the drops, but we get 1 more and then we're fine. And I found just the one. That did not carry me as far as I thought. I want to... I do out for Marin. I did not get a Hornet Wing? Fuck my life, okay. Well, I said before that some of those quests I got decent RNG on. Look, it's more mob kill XP. So, it's not the end of the world. These are not apparently in range of my IP. But yeah, this is a very unlucky run out for that particular quest. All right, there we go. And it happens, right? You're bound to get some quests with good RNG, some quests with bad RNG. It tends to balance out exactly like that. Let's just do that. I just oh my god. It's kind of disgusting. Now, a lot of times there is a chest in this area. So I will at least take a peek. I'm not seeing it. And no chests. Alright. It definitely on live servers, it's a little bit harder to find chests usually. That's just kind of how it goes. I am going to do these quests. This is one of those where I was like, I'm not sure whether or not I'll need it, but since we're still not level 49 just yet, okay, yeah. Definitely, I think my hunter theory is is correct, because this guy, obviously not a hunter pet, would be very strange if he was, and he is up, but all the other ones that are hunter tameable are not. I did not mean to press that, but... Good time. I mean, no matter what happens, I'm gonna get a good time. I'm quite pleased with this so far. Whether or not I get sub 2, it's gonna be tight. But frankly, it was always gonna be tight. I never expected to get a very like, massive sub 2. It was always going to be down to the wire. Considering I have 30 minutes to go and I'm already checking how much time is left, I'd say that's a good sign. My bags are kind of full of junk, though. I am gonna take that. I know what I'm gonna do. Okay, 47. Take that. I need to take that at some point. Oh. I need to find fried bonefish and put that on my bars. Nice. Where's fried bonefish? I'm blind. I can't find it. Well, actually, technically speaking, I am blind. I am playing a demon hunter, so I'm being thematic right now. That's my excuse. I'll have to figure it out. I'm gonna put these items on my bars. Those are my upcoming BOEs, just so I remember to equip them easily. Talk to Ando. And then drop this. Okay. I don't know if this is going to be enough to take me over, but I'm going to rebuff just in case it is, because there are a lot of quests here. And worst case, I can just use it again. So rebuff, rebuff, rebuff. Honestly, it would work out perfectly if it was barely short. Actually, it looks like it will be. Oh, that's actually so fucking perfectly calculated. So these are the two quests that are going to push me over the edge for it. So I don't think I'll get enough from Mob Kill XP just to get there. Wish I knew where in my bags my fried bonefish is. There it is. Oh my goodness. I really just could not find it for the life of me. I've been forgetting to use my augment rune. Frankly, that should be enough. What else? What else? What else? I don't know. My throat is incredibly dry. I haven't had any... I prepped a big thing of water and coffee, but I'll be honest, I'm just so fucking locked in, because so far this has gone decently well. I really, really do not want to lose any time here. You know what? I'll force myself. A quick sip of water. I honestly, considering I couldn't really fucking see and I was drinking coffee, I think I maneuvered that quite well. A lot of times there's a rare mob in this cave. Alas, it was not to be today. Or, not rare mob, chest. Okay, this is going to get me to... What's it called? So the next level, so I'm going to immediately refresh. And there we go, level 50. And now we are on a fucking clock here. I have to do as much as I possibly can in the time that remains. I equip this while flying? I can. Nice. Bars... So far, so good. And no wetlands. Might have been faster to do Thelsimer in the opposite order, but... Also, I'm gonna... Okay, I can't refresh that until it expires fully. Let's see, how much do I get off this turn-in? Holy. That's it, right? Yeah, that's it. Alright, and now we head back to Darkshire. I can take Chaotic Transformation, Screaming Brutality. Let's just that up. Okay, I'm gonna do that real quick. Chaotic Transformation, Screaming Brutality. Take this, this, and then that. Sure. And then Big Duskwood Turn-in. I have Fried Bonefish now.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
How are you?
Okay. This is that.
Well met.
Okay. A few more points.
What can I do for you? Need help? Or the Alliance?
The goal here is to get to level 65. That is the goal. And I think I might be barely short, but then I just go to Eastvale Logging Camp and just quickly do some stuff there. Also gonna... It's been a little bit, yep. Rare Mob has like a 30-minute or longer respawn timer. Nice. Oh, I didn't hit any trees. Love to see it. Alright, and then I need to pull as many of these corpses as I possibly can. I can save I-Beam here. Cool Ribs. I'm about to pull a bunch of ghouls, which is why I'm sitting on I-Beam. Because I knew that I could just single target him down. Nice! That is actually maybe the best RNG I've ever had on that quest. I've never actually done it that quickly. I usually advocate to skip that quest, because it's really hard to make it work well. So I'm very pleased with how this is going. Take this off my bars, because I can't use it. Stitches. Stitches kind of fucking hurts. His auto attacks, they're doing damage. Luckily, my souls are enough to heal through it. But, goddamn. It's been a very long time, by the way, since I've ever done the Stitches quest in a speedrun. Usually because that Ghoul Rib quest is just too long, so I just end that chain there. But, sure. It's not bad. I will say, he took longer than I expected to die. There's a case to be made that, like, maybe it wouldn't have been worth it, but it's fine.
Ain't you a chipper-looking one?
Okay. Spent talent points, increased mastery, crits, soul scar. And I'm going to do this up until level 65. Hello? Right, okay. I don't have all the quests. I don't have the guard quests. Because those you have to do the one in Goldshire. And not in Goldshire. Should be fine. I mean, this is still... Eastvale is still just fast in general. How am I looking at on time? It's gonna be close, but... Maybe I should have just waited for that I-beam, so I got more value out of that. Forest bears. There are 2 here, so... the thing is, if I don't need Murlocs... It's gonna take just a quick 30-second detour to just pick that up. Technically, this is a little bit of a time loss. I hope this isn't the difference maker.
Hey there. You need something? Greetings. What can I do for you?
There's also just a case to be made of maybe I just do this stuff. No, I'm gonna trust my gut. Trust my gut, trust my gut, trust my gut. Yeah, lose 30 seconds. I could have routed this better. I could have picked that up right before I went to grab my Darkwind Fair buff. But in the end, it's fine. The main thing I'm worried about is I've never done this without that quest, so I don't know which part of this chain I don't get access to if I don't do this. And I mean, these are good quests, right? So... better safe than sorry. These Murlocs are really fucking annoying. You can see the scaling is no longer that much in my favor. Because, you know, the heirlooms start to fall off. The gear is not quite as good. But it's really... We're almost at the end here. And I'm gonna just do... I have to do a big pull here. Also, that being said, I had no cooldowns in that case. So, hopefully... that's what I like to see from Havoc. Outside of meta, you're just so much weaker. As long as I get a Murloc Fin here, I did not. Okay, fuck off. Really just need one Murloc Fin. There we go. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Do this faster than having to stop and mount up. And then I get bundles of wood. I actually got so many wolves killed earlier that I don't even need them. But it's fine, because I do still need forest bears. Mob kill XP either way. I don't need to loot these guys. Going to do this. It's a bear that-a-ways. Just gonna pull a few extra mobs, because if you're gonna do a pull like this, you may as well get a little bit more efficient. Okay, I don't see... The wood piles must just be, like, on the opposite sides of the trees from where I'm looking. So I did not see any. We have 3 wood piles here, but there are 2 more prowlers. Wood. One, I just flew directly into that. We do have a rare mob here, so that's good. Going to tag these, do this. Alright, yeah, that is why I think Havoc is good. Holy, that is some good burst. I need to kill as much as I possibly can in this window, though. While I'm in meta, I hopefully can get the 2 linen scraps I need off these. Aww. Oh, and the mod... Oh, that's behind me, man! Ah! Disaster. Let's quickly scan for Terrapis. Nice. Save the hunt for the fox. Okay. Don't hit a tree. Oh, I dodged the trees!
Need help? Light be with you.
That was clean as hell. Alright, I'm gonna hope that's enough. That's probably enough. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Unfortunately, my bags are a fucking disaster. Not much I can do about that. Bags are actually almost completely full. At the very least, clearing out trash should... Like, just hopping on a mount will deal with the vast majority of it. Because a lot of it is just gray junk. But I'm also going to fill it up with a bunch of crafting materials in a second. Okay. Be enough. Okay. I'm going to just focus up for a little bit. This might be my last one. I'm just going to craft one more just in case. I think that's it. Now, in theory, I should be able to go and do... where is... Aslogar portal? Okay. Spellbook, General, War Within Raids. Reputation isn't high enough.
Well met. King's honor, friend. Greetings.
Where's... Oh, right. Okay. I actually need to kill Hogger, but it's fine. That was... Whoa! Five minutes. I fucking made it. That was the craziest fucking route adaptation I've ever seen. So what I thought was going to happen is, as long as I was by level 68, which I was, so my math wasn't wrong, but I did tests where I got the War Within teleport scroll, and for whatever reason this time I didn't get the War Within teleport scroll, and the portal wasn't active, so I wasn't able to start War Within early. I don't really know why, but such is life. But I kind of kicked ass with that adaptation. First craft bonus. So now I just need to not fuck this up, like I'm currently kind of doing. I might end up at level 79, and I do have a backup plan for if that happens. So it would be fun. But ideally, I don't need to use that backup plan. So, we'll see. The problem is my bags are going to be in really bad shape after this, and I am going to actually have to clean them out. Like, that's not really optional. I have too much stuff. That's it. That's all the crafts. Four minutes. I think I can work. The game doesn't fuck me here. Load. Oh, come on. Really annoying. Of all the things to lose time to, the game just not fucking loading? Oh, man. Oh, come on, Blizzard! Blizzard, please. Cut me some fucking slack here, Blizzard. Jesus Christ. Oh. And I missed the fucking quest I need. It's this one. Might still be fine, but that really pisses me off. Didn't expect to get that in fucking Isle of Dorn, of all places. Just have to wait for the server to load. Come on. My inventory's full, it's funny. Yeah, my inventory's gonna be a bit of a problem here. I can still complete this quest, but I have a lot of stuff that I need to switch over. I'm probably, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get sub 1 hour, 80 to 90, purely because I need to organize my bags right before I start. And that's gonna take like a minute or two. And there's no way around that. It has to happen. Like now. Okay. Well.
What path brought you?
Champion, Zalatath and her devouring host lay siege to the Sunwell. The light has chosen.
I know I said I was cutting it close. I didn't think I was going to cut it that fucking close. But a win is a win. Oh my god, I'm getting bombarded with pop-ups. Blizzard, please fuck off. Blizzard, please fuck off. Why are we doing this? Why is this obstructing my screen? I need to... I almost just fat-fingered the clean inventory button, which would have been an absolute fucking disaster. I'm gonna be honest. It has occurred to me. I know somebody's gonna leave a comment. It just occurred to me, and this is the issue, right? When I need to use this now, otherwise it's going to teleport me out at 81, because this game is held together by duct tape and string. I did forget to refresh my Winds of Mysterious Fortune buff. That 10% might have been the difference in me not having to do that final quest, so I lost about a minute. Admittedly, I was a little bit stressed, so it wasn't really on the forefront of my mind, but I should have still played that better. The nice thing is, I thought I was going to have less time on Draft of 10 lands. Overall, this is still pretty good. All things considered, it could be, like, way, 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 way worse. I did just make a tiny little mistake. It's a extremely minor mistake. But I'm still annoyed that I made it.
What needs bring you here? Rest well.
I'll be honest, very little commentary these next few minutes. I'm very stressed. There's no way I'm gonna get sub 3 hours. That's just simply impossible at this point. Of course I'm gonna get the longest fucking loading screen. I mean, it makes sense that there's not really anybody in Koresh, but that's still... And I'm gonna get another, you know, patented Blizzard long loading screen. Since every time I talk about this, I get comments asking, why don't you pause the timer during the load screens? Because buffs are ticking down, right? Like, my draft of 10 lands is ticking down during the loading screen. Obviously, that also negatively impacts me. But what if I had, like, a really important cooldown that I need to use as much as possible? Then, in theory, you could take a lot of load screens to let your cooldown recharge and just discount that from the timer. So, I don't think that would be fair. And so I don't do that. Unfortunately, yeah, this is supposed to be really fast. The unfortunate reality is that losing an entire minute due to the loading screen just not finishing kind of makes this dubious as to whether this is fast or not. Crit fiber. And then, let's see, Cantina.
Well, can solve any problem. Let's go to see our ethereal.
Oh, but I still have... I have a lot of time. I have a lot of time. As long as I get barely above 1 hour, I think I'm still fine. I'm happy with that. I'm a little tilted that, you know, it was going so well, and then there were a few tiny little hiccups that have lost me a bit of time, and there's only so much that you can really do to prepare for that in your speedruns. It is what it is. So I'm gonna go here, and then I'm going to just dump all of this stuff, because I don't want to vendor it, because I actually do need it, like for future runs, but I cannot have it clogging up space in my bags. All of this stuff, don't need. Anything that I do not need, I'm going to hold on to that. And then that, don't need. I don't need any of this. I do need fried bonefish. So I keep fried bonefish. I don't need that. I'm going to quickly exit, and then it's just faster to do this. This is all garbage. I don't need any of this. Apparently I got new appearances. That surprises me at this point. Just delete. I should have just added that. Okay, and then I have all of this stuff. Right, my hands are shaking a little bit too much, so I'm misclicking and making stupid mistakes. I need to do... Where is it? God, I can't find it. Okay. Evercore Shade. I have 90 minutes, and then I lose my time walking buff. So that's basically, I need to get this done in 90 minutes. Now, I'd like to be done before that, but if that's how long it takes, I'd still be pretty okay with it, all things considered. Okay. I'm doing crafting first, by the way. Unlike the usual, where you do it at the end so that I can immediately use all my new gear, and because also this means I get to do my crafting with draft of 10 lands, which makes it slightly faster. So it is worthwhile. Game just lagged for a little bit. Should be fine. Hopefully I don't get ganked here. Unfortunately, Void Storm in War Mode is a very popular ganking spot. Okay. You're safe.
New doorways have opened to us. The void offers endless possibilities.
Doing that now so I don't forget. Realized I forgot to check to see whether the good wanted quests for Harldan are up. There's so many things that I need to, like, double check before starting a run. I set my Hearthstone there earlier, but I shouldn't have done that. It's whatever. I lost, like, I don't know, 20 seconds. Definitely a little bit death by 1,000 cuts, but the reality of a run like this, and this is why, like, I always beat myself up. I'm always like, I'm making so many fucking mistakes, you know, I'm such an idiot. It is, I think, important to remind myself that this is really fucking difficult to keep track of. Like, I don't have to follow the hero route for this stuff, and even if I did, a lot of this stuff is not really possible to even, like, put into an add-on like Follow the Arrow. A lot of this you just need to remember. You just need to remember that this is what you're supposed to do. There's so many, like, little moving pieces that if I wait for a reminder, I'm gonna forget. So there's so many different little things I'm trying to remember to do. And it's a lot to keep up with.
The seekers did not cry out for the goddess's return. They listened and waited in the quiet places where memories.
So I'm gonna wait to do this one.
Some creatures forgot her song and listened only to the silence that followed.
And Grudge Pit we're gonna turn in immediately.
Still sang in harmony with
Can't believe I fucked up that very first one.
Stone echoed her song, but this one was different. Within it, the song stirred yearning to share its
I'm also, like, a little bit tilted, even though, I mean, I got sub 2, right? Like, by the skin of my fucking teeth, I got sub 2. I'm pleased with that. But also, I definitely should have prepared a little bit better. But, like, I don't know, again, how was I supposed to know I'd be, like, half a level off, and that the thing that I thought was gonna happen isn't gonna happen? Oh my god, we actually have the good wanted quests. Alright, in this case, I need to quickly equip all my stuff. So I'm gonna do these. And do this. How did I fuck up Thalassian? Oh, I know how I fucked up Thalassian Diamonds. Okay, how do I unfuck this? How do I unfuck this? Where is the stupid gem? Where is it? It should be good now. Yeah, it was one of those. Sylvan Wakrapuku. And then put this on. This on. Where are my gems? I think that's food buff. Do this, fried bonefish. I just got food buff. But then I need to do this on the other weapon. And then, where's my crit flask? Here. And then everything else, here's what I'll do. One of the mobs is this one. I realize I haven't spent my talents. It's fine for now. What I'm gonna do is this. Get all these mobs killed, and then as I wait for that one to... Or as I clear out the rest of my bags, my cooldowns will be coming back up, so I'll be able to kill that one more effectively. Just use all of the time that I have as wisely as possible. And I need armor kits. The nice thing is I benefit Draft of 10 lands on this, so, you know, it's something. It is unfortunate, I should use drums for situations like this. It's unfortunate, like, this will take a little bit longer because I haven't spent my talent points, but I have to do that at some point, right? We're always gonna have to eventually eat that minor time loss. May as well do it now. Trying to be strategic about it. Whatever I can take there. Chaotic Disposition. This. Remember what I normally don't take? Take that. Let's go here. Seems good. Then... Good enough. At least I have all my talents. Where am I? Actually, okay, I managed to waddle my way to Grudge Pit. Running this on tier 1. Where is... Valera? Valera, I'm gonna put no roll, Hand Grenade, and Mantle of Sacred Death. Do this. That. I think I have all the buffs. Okay. I think I've gotten everything done that I need to get done in terms of setup here. I'm hoping that I haven't forgotten anything and that I'm gonna, like, midway through be like, oh no, I didn't do X. I think we are good. Nice, okay. That was relatively clean. Also, if you're curious why I don't pick a role for Valera, it's because Valera does, like, basically nothing at lower levels, so by not having her generate additional threat, there's less of a chance that she'll die. She'll still die quite a lot, but I don't want her to die because all of her damage at lower levels comes from her auto-attacking the mobs and sometimes proccing Mantle of Sacred Death. That's literally it. So the longer she just stays alive and auto-attacks, the more damage she does. I don't need her healing, her damage is completely insignificant at lower levels, so that is why I choose to do it that way. Grudge Pit's also one of the slower delves, but... Or this version of Grudge Pit, but obviously delves are just really good in general now. I need to make sure I'm not missing these things. But this is definitely, in my opinion, the fastest Grudge Pit. Maybe it's like the second fastest. Hello? I was clicking on that, wasn't going. And the other nice thing is that I am able to turn this in immediately. And benefit from Draft of 10 lands. Should have used this first. Probably won't matter. I think it's just gonna die ASAP. Nice. Leave Delve. And this way I don't need to take a detour at the very end to go turn in Grudge Pit. Now, normally I think it is worth waiting until the end. The reason I'm doing this, and this is something that so many people just fail to understand. They think they're, like, seeing people talk about this in Reddit, it continues to annoy me. Everybody believes there's just some magic reason why, oh, you have to wait until the end. You can't turn in the delves early. No, no, no. And, like, no, it's not fucking magic. The entire reason is just the scaling on your character's power is stronger at lower levels, so you want to do as much as you can at lower levels. But the entire point of that is you save time in your leveling run by backloading all of the turn-ins. But that's the reason is because it saves time. So many people are like, oh, but like you can't turn it in early because then you're losing time. But like if you're saving time by turning it in early, more time than you would with like the minor scaling increase, then it's worth it. So for instance, if you can do something with the 10% draft of 10 lands buff, in most cases, you'll want to do it. The reason why, okay, I don't know why that just munched my I-beam there. That's annoying. The reason why in this case, you'll notice I did not turn in the Alnara's Bloom quest is because this is also where Gulf of Memory is turned in. And since I'm gonna have to go back at some point, like it's not worth it for me to leave Delve, fly all the way back there, like at that point, that's travel time. At that point, I would be losing time by going to turn in those quests in advance, just to get the 10% time save. But if I can save travel time and get 10% more XP, well suddenly that is a better deal than just saving like a little bit of scaling. So always important to keep in mind why. And this is why, like, so many times I'll make a guide, and, you know, like, frankly, the start of this video, there's, like, a gigantic PowerPoint presentation, and I hate it when I see a video put out by somebody who clearly has no fucking clue what they're talking about, and they kind of, like, have this trust me bro vibe. And the reason they have that trust me bro vibe is because they have no fucking clue what it is they're saying. Like, the whole Delve thing has been regurgitated to hell and back. And that strategy, I didn't invent that strategy, but the people who came up with that strategy did so because it let you backload the scaling and make it a little bit easier. Especially early on launch, when you're leveling a lot of characters that have gear from Manaforge Omega, well, you're going to be really overpowered at lower levels, so better to maximize that advantage while you can. So that's why it was thought of, but you see so many people who don't fucking understand that, but they've heard people say that, and then instead of being like, oh, hey, I watched a leveling guide that told me this information, they're gonna, like, make their own leveling guide for some fucking reason and just, like, tell you something that somebody else has told them, as if they have fucking anything useful to contribute. And it just leads to this environment where whenever I try to, in one of my videos, actually explain this is why I'm doing XYZ, this is why you're doing XYZ, and, like, in Follow the Arrow, for instance, I have a lot of, like, long objective steps, or, like, information steps, where it's like, you know, you're about to do this, here's why. And you can skip past it. But I've had people deadass message me and say, could you cut that out or add like a way into the add-on to like skip it? First off, there is already, but they don't even fucking realize that. And they're just like, I don't want to have to read all that. Like, motherfucker, it's there so that you understand why you're doing what you're doing, and then you can skip it in the future. But the idea that it's like, it's so offensive that, oh my god, I have to read. I have to understand why it is I'm doing the things I'm doing. Like, the reason it's there is so that you can make adaptations. Because if you are just, like, brain off mindlessly following something with no understanding of why you're doing it, you won't know how to adapt to unexpected stuff. Like I've done multiple times throughout this run. I don't really remember why I got onto that topic. Oh yeah, people don't understand the scaling, right? So people don't understand how the scaling works, which means they are extremely inflexible when it comes to trying to do things out of order. If you say, like, oh, you should be doing now... what's it called? Like, you should turn this in early, you know, in this case, doing crafting and whatnot, they'll, like, freak out because they don't know what to do if it's not exactly what the guide told them to do. But if you understand why you turn this stuff late, you'll realize, it's not a big deal. I make some slight adjustment and we're good to go. Okay, I have most of the buffs that I need. One thing I'm debating doing is I'm considering, should I use...
These are my own.
Do this real quick. Should I turn in my Silvermoon delves now? I think after Collegiate Calamity, for sure. But if I turn in Silver Moon now, I mean, I don't think it'll cause any problems. The only thing is I don't have Shadow Enclave, right? So I'm gonna have to go back and turn that in anyways. Though that is, like, such a minor detour that I don't really know if it matters all that much if I turn it in. I'll have to think about it. I have time to consider it anyway. I have about 15 minutes. But obviously, I want to do as much as I possibly can with Draft of 10 lands, because that is 10% faster. But I still, you know, the whole thing about the scaling saving you time, like, that is still true. I still obviously want to make sure that I'm benefiting from that. Yeah, for indoor stuff like this, Havoc is just absolutely fucking god tier. Like, this is frankly a pretty fast clear of this Darkwave variant, and it's just because your indoor mobility as Havoc is just so damn good. I'll just take this because damage proc on the final boss. Drop this here. Leave Delve. I am not going to go do Parhelion Plaza. I'm going to be skipping Parhelion Plaza in this run. Dropping one Delve, but I think it's worthwhile. Yeah, so at the end of Collegiate Calamity, I should, in theory, be... Yeah, you know what? Actually, no, this works out perfectly. So, in theory... well, I don't know. It works out perfectly because of a mistake. It's basically, you know, in this case, two wrongs are about to make a right. I forgot to get my my Voidstorm Prey earlier. Admittedly, I'm doing this in a very strange order. But because I forgot to get Voidstorm Prey, it means that I need to go pick that up, because I will be doing that. And on my way there, I can turn in Collegiate Calamity and Darkway Delver's Calls. Do just a big pull here. Aldrachi is so fucking good. For this type of leveling, Aldrachi is actually just fucking crazy. You do the Blade Dance thing and just shreds everything in all directions around you. It's just stupid powerful. I know a lot of people really like Felsguard, but it's not bad. It's just the Aldrachi, like the fact that Throw Glaive is such a good tool for rounding up things, and you just get like millions of really juicy Throw Glaives as you round up mobs, which is kind of something you want to be doing anyway. And then once everything's stacked, you just do doop, tee it up. Oop, everything's dead. Fuck. That is really annoying. I hope this doesn't interrupt me again. Nice, I hit the glide. All right. And we just leave. Then... at this point, it's probably just faster to go in from this direction. On the prey board. Hello? What do I need? What do I need? Refresh buffs. My Darkmoon Top Hat, I think, expired at some point, so I've been losing 10% XP. Okay, whatever, it's so hard to juggle this many buffs, I'll be honest. I I can't really be that mad at myself. It's just, it's such a fucking nightmare trying to keep track of all this stuff. All things considered, I don't think I lost that much, but it's just... Still kicking myself. I hope I wasn't missing it for all those turn-ins. Obviously, at least I have it for those 2 Delver's Calls. Better that I remember now. But that's why I need to constantly check buffs. Obviously, if I had like a weak order to remind me. Something like that. For people have suggested I do something like that in the past, and I've always been like against it, but at this point we're starting to get into territory where there are so many different things that I need to keep track of within the run, that, you know, if weak auras weren't dead, they would be nice to have. But so be it. I think all things considered, it's really not that big of a loss. It's just obviously a little bit annoying that I forgot that. I need to armor kit my new pants. I need to use new glaives. Where is... Ambushed? Where? Okay. Where... Okay. Alright, I mean, hey, that's actually really good. I cannot remember the last time I've, if ever, been ambushed in midair, but at least not while I'm in combat with something. I must have passed by, like, a mob too closely. Unfortunately, yeah, I seem to be stuck in combat with some random shit, which is probably why. Maybe one of these fucking jellyfish. Now, getting the prey proc early is good. Okay, I was gonna say, if the stuck in combat thing prevented me from entering the delve, that would have been bad. But it didn't, so we're fine. Valera's food buff bugged out, and I didn't get it. Hello? Come on. There we go. To kill these, but it's fine. I think one of the best things I can do is try and finish the prey after this as quickly as possible. So I don't know necessarily if I'm going to be able to finish the prey with the potion still up, but that's like the last big thing that I could theoretically benefit from. Nice. Hello? That's not the one I clicked. Game. Here is another stabilizer over here. Okay, alright. Big mandate proc. This. Hello? The hitboxes in these things can be a little bit janky sometimes. It's 2%, alright. Die, please. Just get meta here, because I won't need it. Delve. I'm not going to turn in the Void Storm Delves. I do think there is definitely a balancing act between 10% extra XP and... should I? Because, like, the problem is, if I wasn't already going to have to go back there to turn it in, it's better scaling, and the other really important thing is I'm going to lose travel time if I double back there now. So I don't think that's worthwhile. What is that? Alliance turn-in? It's a little bit sketchy questing here, but hope I'll be fine. It's possible I get ganked. If so, such is life. Not the kind of ganking I was talking about, but actually the kind of ganking I was hoping for here with the prey. I need that. I need to make sure I'm looting mobs for the Born Killer objective. Okay, my prey is really close to finishing. If I see, like, a trap or something like that, then it would probably be worth it to go out of my way to get that. Because I tag these mobs, so I'm in combat with them. To do that. Okay. I'm fucking up a little bit. A little tiny bit. It's fine, though. Do I think 4 minutes is enough? This. I would really like to... The problem is, it's like, in theory, let's say I took a slight detour. I found a prey trap. My prey was really close by. I managed to get all that perfectly within draft of 10 lands. If that were to happen, then sure, that would be really good. But I could also just end up wandering around, like, doing fucking nothing relevant for multiple minutes, and then waste the last 3 minutes of draft of 10 lands when I could just be doing this, right? So... I don't think it's worth it to take the risk. And then right click. Second now. Oh. I'm already level 84? Goddamn. I mean, I have turned in a bunch of stuff, so... Can't say I'm too surprised. I mean, there's a trap here, in theory. Do this. There's 1 minute left. It's not enough. There's another trap up here. Man, that's really unlucky. Because I'm probably one of those little globules away from finishing the prey, and I got neither one. If pretty much either one of those gave me a little globule, it probably would have been enough for the prey. Now, whether or not that would have been enough to actually benefit from it, that's a separate story. Might have not been able to kill my prey in that 1 minute, but oh well. I got good value out of draft of 10 lands. I mean, this is more than anybody can really expect to get at this level, so I am happy with that. If anything, the real loss was not having more of it, because I slightly miscalculated the earlier level stuff, but it's also, again, it's one of those things that's so hard to really figure out in, like, with napkin math. You kind of just need to send a run and then figure it out after the fact. So, if and when I do more runs later, then I will know. Yeah, then that's the prey. Do I get a good spawn? Not terrible. I'll do that before heading into Calamitous. And where's my Hearthstone? It is Wayfarer's Rest, okay. I'll use my Hearth then. What is this? I still need 2 levers. 2 levers, and how many of those pedals? Still a bunch. Alright. I mean, I think I'm starting to relax a little bit. Thankfully, it's like... Overall, I think I've played well. There's very small things that I could have optimized more, but there's only so much that I could have done, right? And I got the sub 2. I always felt that sub 1 hour 80 to 90 was a bit of a long shot, but I still think I'm on pace to get like a close to 1 hour time. This so far feels pretty good. So let's do this, this, and administer. And then this is a good opportunity to, while I wait on this roleplay, do this armor kit. And this armor kit. I did equip my new shoulders, I did, okay. Okay, there we go. Any new... I don't have oils in my weapon, right? That is something I can do. Just get rid of that, and then do that. And do that. Technically, I'm going to replace this very shortly, but can't hurt. Whether or not that's worth the time save, I don't know, but I just... That's something I don't really want to question. Better safe than sorry. And... keep in mind, one of the reasons I still have to do these quests is you might be thinking, oh, is this even necessary with the buffs? A lot of it won't be. But even though I'm level 84, you know, the rule of turn in at level 85 is not true here, because I've already sacrificed a lot of that turn in stuff. Also, I don't have the first 2 levels for time walking dungeons. I also don't have crafting, right? So I'm going to probably end up turning in closer to like 86, give or take. But it'll be fine. Turn this in, then the final scout. And then turn this stuff in. Oh, that knocked me in the air. I did not realize it even did that. Stop the mob I was trying to target, but fine. Holy. Oh, okay. So we turn this in, we go do the prey. And then I do Calamitous. And I can Argentina key out from there. Technically, there's a case to be made of, like, do this in the other order. I don't think it'll matter. I've never seen the prey spawn here. Yeah, this is actually a little bit further than I expected it would be. This probably would have been slightly better by, like, a very small amount to do it in the opposite order. I don't really think it matters. Actually, yeah, it probably would have been. Doesn't matter, really. Okay. So I'm doing Calamitous. Then I leave. I pick up Eversong Prey. Then I do a bit in Eversong. I do the final delves, and I have... because I'm in a bit of a weird position here, right? Where I don't necessarily know exactly where I'm going to end at, because I've never done a run like this. I've never done this much front-loaded, because I've obviously never done a run with drafted 10 lands carrying over. So I don't really know what to expect. I don't know when I turn in, am I going to be short? So what I'm planning to do is all of the final turn-ins, I'm going to do are in Zulaman. Now, in the past, right, I did turn-ins and ended at Grudge Pit. That's the ideal place. But Zulaman is also fairly isolated, so it's another good spot, and we've already done Grudge Pit, so I won't need to do that. So, the nice thing about Zulaman is you're in Amanizar Village when you do the turn-ins, and Amanizar Village has a lot of really good quests. And I'm not going to do them as part of the initial run, but that way, if I'm short, if I end up being like a half a level off, I have some of the best quests in Midnight right there for me to use as backup. Even if, in theory, I may want to do them, the reality is it's a lot of travel time to do it just in a vacuum. So I've done it in some runs, but not all of them. It really depends on how things line up. And there's so many good things, I have to choose something to skip. And the nice thing about those quests is because they are in such an ideal location, I never have to worry about undershooting. So that's what I'm going to go for. I'm going to try my best to not overshoot. Because if I don't overshoot and I'm barely short, which most likely I will be short by like a little bit, but then that's okay. There's a bunch of quests that I can do. And I'll be totally fine. Unspent talent points. I can't do that right now anyway. Okay, so now maybe should have so, a lot of mobs trailing me, actually. That's kind of annoying. I can't Arcantina key until they're dead. With its last breath, the mob interrupted my cast. Should be fine. Flipped over the portal. Okay, that's funny. Didn't know you could do that. Ah. What saying? Go. All right, Eversong Prey.
This one burns rather brightly. Extinguish their flame.
All right, and what do I still need to do? I need to do just the last few delves. Okay. Last few delves and a few quests in Eversong, I should know. Now, I'm hoping that I don't overshoot with this. I'm also really nervous because Fairbreeze Village is a very popular ganking spot. I will note I am on a low-pop server, so I'm hoping that that gives me a little bit of reprieve. I don't necessarily know if I'm going to need this Hearthstone, but I'm going to set it just in case. I see where the prey went. Need to get the links. And then... Where's the cloud? I saw the direction, but I'm not seeing the red cloud. Which is a problem. I saw like a wisp of it over here. Okay, there it is. It's a really, like, isolated position for it to go. Yeah, fucking crazy damage. Also, new items. Equip that. Right, okay, yeah, that's already soulbound, right? Equip that. That, I need to do this. And... now, I figure this should be enough. Of this, I think I'm only going to do the side quests in... Nice, so there's another player, but they're my faction. I don't know why that mob's evade bugged, but that's actually really going to fuck me, because now I'm not going to be able to mount up. That's really dumb. Wow, thanks for that, Blizzard. That is a really annoying bug. Okay, thankfully it dropped combat.
That creature must have come from the light. We should let the magistrates know. Perhaps this sudden growth is tied to the empowerment of the sun. Right.
How many more mana worms do I need? I might not need any. Yeah, I got all the worms. I did try to make an effort to, like, really grab as many as I could.
And smells like the local pets were marked.
Hawkstriders running amok. Thank you. Those Hawkstriders are a terror.
The nearest light bloom is nowhere near.
The nice thing is, I think, as far as consumes go, I'm pretty much set for the entire rest of the run. That's not really something I need to worry about anymore. So at least we're done. We're done having to worry about missing anything there. Minor time loss. Fucking speak with Orania. I don't know if I'm going to need this quest, but I'm going to pick it up just in case. And then we go to South Rills.
Look who's arrived! My friend, I was just speaking of you. Highly of course. Come.
Talk to you. What am I in combat with? I must have, like, accidentally fell rushed past an enemy or something. Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna, while I have cooldowns, I won't need it here. Oh hey, we got another ambush. Here's the interact. I can't tell. Okay, the Prey World Quest is somewhere really far, so I'm not going to worry about that just yet. Now I'm going to quickly double back. We're going to do the port stuff.
Split up. We can cover more ground. I'll meet up with the two of you later.
One of the reasons I kind of want to stay close to the north here is here. One thing I maybe should have done. It's fine. I have a plan on maybe slightly unoptimized order, but it's fairly trivial, all things considered. But I need to turn in the South Rail stuff early. I don't want to turn that in at the end, now that I think about it. So I won't need to use my Fairbreeze Hearthstone, but that's fine, because I want my Hearthstone set to Amani's Our Village. Anyways. Okay. We got all those. Those quests are done. So... I'm just going to wait here to make sure I get credit. And because I'm not doing Parkelian Plaza, what that means is I need to do one delve, or one world quest somewhere, to make up for that missing quest. And there is one very close by, we're about to reach it, in the Eversong campaign that I'm going to do. I'm just trying to think, how much do I realistically need? I'm already level 85. I have turned in about 2 levels. if I do the last few delves, I might be good here. I'm gonna do the remaining quests here. Like, if I really don't want to... Oh, this is buoy. This is buoy. Where's my buoy? Oh, I was too late to use the buoy. Unlucky. If I slightly overshoot, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I do think I'm not going to take the long route. There was a long questing route that I was considering doing here, depending on my XP. I think I'm probably fine. But this I do consider to be so core that I would rather not ignore it. I don't think it's worth it, because it's really good quest density. Why slow? Am I looking? Yeah, I mean, there's no way we get sub 3 hours, but one of the big things that I think it honestly did not really occur to me until midway through the run is how much time I lose actually just getting everything set up at the end of a level 80 run. And that's the kind of thing where when I'm doing just a regular 80 to 90 run and I have all that good to go, like, that's a straight 5-minute time difference that is not really factored in. I'd be curious to see, like, if I cut out all that time, how much was 80 to 90 actually, but I mean, that is part of the run, right? A lot of people always say, oh, why don't you, like, pause the timer for loading screens and menuing and whatever. That's part of playing the game, right? You know, you don't get just to turn that off. It's not that simple. Now, normally I wait for the turn-in to become available, and I go do some stuff. Just gonna quickly clear this out. I'm not gonna do those other quests, so I don't need to worry about the roleplay. This only loses, like, a few seconds, but actually, okay. We got a prey ambush. This, in theory, should be the last one I need. I'm just gonna do this. The fact that it's over there is annoying. As long as I don't have to pull any mobs. If this is the end of my prey... Really? Hey, that's fucking crazy. That's a little bit much. But that is not enough. There's a South Rolls quest to do this. Kill a mob. Quickly. Just take that out. And then I'm going to do this in a slightly different order than I normally approach it. And this is the world quest I need to do. So there happens to be a world quest here that overlaps the campaign of just kill a bunch of mobs. Now, normally world quests aren't good. Obviously, if they directly overlap, if it's a world quest that you could just do for free, then I'm going to have one additional little, pip of credit for my Hope in the Darkest Corners quest. How is that not enough for prey? Okay, this is a somewhat unlucky Eversong prey, I must confess. I will say, okay, hunt my prey. Alright, I was worried about that. Yeah, that is one of the locations that can occur, that's for sure. I'm so used to using Follow the Arrow here. Trying to go purely off memory, and it's tough, I'll be honest. When you're so used to, for like these quests, doing it over and over with the add-on. It's a lot to remember. Increase cultivation. Let's just go with Arator. Okay. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? I'm going to do this quest because it is just very fast. I was thinking, like, do I want to... It feels bad because, like, every part of my brain is telling me, you're overshooting, you're overshooting, you're overshooting, you don't need this. But then, what if I'm not, right? Then I would feel really bad skipping up what is just objectively really, really free XP. How do I do this? 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 And the main reason this is good, that's a full quest. You talk to Erator, then skip conversation. That's also a full quest.
We have solved nothing. These Rutani have been changed. I must return to Harldan and investigate.
I'm gonna turn in the 2 South World quests. Which have a faster way to route that. And then I have to go to Shadow Enclave. And I fly down there. How do I route this? I feel like after these delves, I just have enough, right?
The Twilight's blade are attempting to reclaim Deathhold.
That feels true, especially I have the prey. That has to be enough. Now, I'm gonna end up doing the last 2 delves with poor scaling, but I mean that's fine, right? It's fine. Is it fine? How much do I care about that? This is a really tricky routing problem. That's one of the things, though. I really like this. One of the things that makes 80 to 90 one of my favorite current expansion leveling processes in a while is the route is very consistent. But there are so many minor variations of the route that, it won't make or break your time, but you have the ability to make, judgment calls on the fly because of all the little RNG factors, which can actually save a decent amount of time. What I'm considering right now is, do I immediately go after this and do the delves in Zul'Aman? Or do I, out of this, go do the rest of my turn-ins, and then Wormhole Generator to Zul'Aman? Would that be faster? Depending on where the Wormhole Generator takes me, that way I don't need to set my Hearthstone there at all. I don't know. It's tough. No, the problem is, okay, no, I have to do Zul'Aman Delves first. I'm glad I thought of this, because Hope in the Darkest Corners I have to turn in at Silvermoon, and that requires the Delves complete. The thing is, I think the only change I make is I don't set my Hearthstone to Amanizar Village, I YOLO Wormhole. So I still do that. It's just I do that after doing Twilight Crypts. Really? 1 Twilight material? Okay, game. I really want to beat this guy before the burn phase. Or the immune phase. Yes, and then because I am doing the other delves first, I just leave and I fly to them here. Okay, we've officially passed the 3-hour mark. It looks like I'm definitely gonna beat my previous time. That much is certain. It's just a question of, is it like a 1 hour 15 or a 1 hour 20? That's really the deciding factor here, I think. Doing these delves with slightly weaker scaling is definitely going to hurt a little bit, but it is nice that I have what's it called? I have all of these items prepped, so all things considered, I won't be as weak as you might think for a lot of these. Yeah, I'm still able to kill these reasonably fast. Having good weapons especially really helps for stuff like this. Oh my god, the random fucking necrotic bolts. It's a little bit annoying. Here's a really good opportunity for a level 80 to 90 gun shoes use. Fortunately, I can't really go and loot those things. I can do this now while they're stunned. And try and do this, and then just really hope that the bolt doesn't interrupt me. Those are going to hit. I need 3 more cubs. Is there... can't remember, no Spirit Buck Hub there. This is last one, and then I just run to the boss. There is a little bit of roleplay on this particular boss, though.
My loyal.
I guess I have to kill these skeletons before that guy becomes active. I probably just save. Save that up. Nah. Okay, we've delved 304. Okay. Oh, come on. I'm facing into Zul'Aman, so it eats my backflips. That's sad. I still have 30 minutes in the time walking buff, though. Definitely one major goal I had for this run is to do it fast enough that I never need to do a final time walking dungeon to extend it. Just do it all within the first set of 4 dungeons, and that I definitely will hit. This will not go for 30 more minutes. Where are we, Valera? There we are. This. I get teleported. Huh. I probably don't need to refresh Darkmoon Top Hat. I'm still annoyed that I forgot. I mean, I'm hoping that it ends up really not mattering. It was only a few quests that I forgot, but it's... obviously, any little mistake like that, you're gonna feel like a fucking idiot. There's no lever here. This is the one where you go this way, right? This way, loop around. Grab this mask, because it does really good proc damage. Then in here is another lever. Do that because the wall. Oh, okay, nice proc. Soul Scar should finish that guy off. Alright. That one, this felt pretty clean, all things considered. Twilight Crypts is not necessarily one of the faster delves, so... Technically speaking, this is another thing, like, you actually can cheese this with Demon Hunter, but only some variants are really worth cheesing with Demon Hunter by, like, going over the top. There's a lot of variants, like this one. Really, I think there's only one where it actually saves time by doing a Demon Hunter skip. Because you need to actually activate all of those prisoner cages, and it's actually not that slow to just kind of hold W there, it just, it ends up just being faster to do it that way. Alright, Arcantina key. Come on. Let's see, turn that in. So I couldn't remember exactly where the prey was on the eastern coast. Taking the Silvermoon portal. I was in the middle of flying around Silvermoon. I actually, like, I didn't have time to, like, really call that thought out, but it occurred to me as I was zipping around that, like, oh, actually, if I do the prey now, I can basically use that free Silvermoon portal as a teleport. Oh, wow, I just finished the Prey Renown track right now. Okay, that's cool. I did not realize I was actually that close to finishing it. This. Okay, that's 88.
The den has been ravaged with vermin. If we deal with that problem, the elders will be more favorable with us. Take a grip.
Ooh.
They are always up for
It's
it.
clean.
I can teach all.
Nice. And then, oh, shit, I forgot to... Wormhole, generator, Quothalos. Amani's our village. Amani's our village. Amani's our village. I believe, I believe, I believe. Come on. High roll. Close, close, close enough. Is this it?
Everything be of the finest quality.
Oh no. Wait, why is that? I made the oldest mistake in the book. Oh, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. It's the hardest delve quest to remember to pick up because it's off to the fucking side. That's a really rough one to do here. I mean, the nice thing is, though, I still would have been short, so... I would have needed extra XP anyway. So it's not like I lose the full thing. How much XP is this? 233k, and yeah, I'm more than 233k off. At least I can set my Hearthstone there. Damn it, I cannot believe I forgot to pick up Twilight Crypts. Like, that's a mistake that I made in some early runs. I was close to saying that I think I made very few mistakes overall this run. Unfortunately, that one is unacceptable in my mind. I should not have done that. It's I think fine, because what's most likely going to happen here is the XP that I get from finishing Twilight Crypts a second time is actually going to be enough to make up the difference, right? So the XP that I get from the Delver's Call, that's just a really dumb mistake, though. I was about to say, I played this run so fucking clean. And I'm ending on a mistake. All things considered, it could have been worse. If this was a situation where that literally would have been the difference maker, it's bad. The reality is the actual Delve completion XP I'm going to get here, it's less efficient, so I'm losing, it might look like I'm going to lose like 5 minutes, right? But in reality, I'm only losing about like 2 minutes because this is the XP that I would have needed anyways. And this is also, it's a fast Delve. I'm 100% coping right now, but it is not the worst mistake I could have made. Or, well, it is, I guess I take that back. It is just about the worst mistake I could have made. But it will not bite me in the ass as bad as it could have theoretically been in the ass. But this will be the difference between most likely sub 115 and not sub 115. But look, I can't be too upset considering if we account for the fact that I had to sit here and do... Or, well, I say 315, I more mean 115 for the 80 to 90 segment. Unfortunate, but, I mean, there's only so long you can go making 0 mistakes when you're keeping track of all this stuff. Just of all the things. Because the problem is this is a mistake I have made before, so I'm especially annoyed at myself for it. And now having to do this... Like, the rest of the Delve has been fast, but having to do this with the level 89 scaling. You can see, though, I'm still able to kill the mob decently fast. Unfortunately, yeah, I can't really... I gotta just leave Delve the old-fashioned way. Can't do that right now. The hell I can't. And then Hearth. Barely missed eye. It is a little bit of a sting that probably would have been the difference maker between 315 and sub 315, but overall, I do think that is actually just a 1 minute difference. You can see, yeah, actually, there we go. I feel even better now, because now nobody's like, oh, but what if it wasn't accounting for XYZ thing? No, you can literally see that's exactly what it was. I'm gonna find if this rare mob's up. This rare mob is up. Kidding me? Die, Murlocs! There we go! Okay. Yeah, you can see there, the fact that I didn't actually overflow at all from that Delve turn-in, it wasn't the worst thing ever, right? So in the end, I definitely lost like a minute or two. I do think it would have been sub 15 if I hadn't made that mistake, because instead of doing that, I would have done a handful of the really efficient quests in Amanizar Village, and I would have saved a little bit on travel time. But the XP that I got from running the Delve again, while slightly less efficient than the quests, would have been the difference maker. or ended up being the difference maker, being barely short. So my plan to back up in Amanisar Village actually was correct. It's just obviously I had to do that instead. But overall, outside of that one mistake, which could have gone a lot worse, I mean, this was incredibly clean. I did think, I said in my little preamble speech at the start, the thing that I thought was very achievable is sub 2 hours 10 to 80. And that I am very glad that I got, because I think the, adapted route that I did was really, 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 really clean. Sub 1 hour for this, I think that we're close. Like, if you imagine a world where I'm just doing the 80 to 90 segment, and I'm able to basically clean out all my bags, get all my items, like pretty much every other 80 to 90 run I've ever done, if you factor out, like, the 5 minutes of time, we're very close to that. It's just obviously unfortunate that, you know, that's part of the run. So, the way that I'm, like, viewing this internally is barely sub 2 hour 10 to 80, and then a 5 to 7 minute, I'll have to go back and check the exact time, like slush time in between, and then like around a 1 minute 10, 80 to 90. But in the end, I mean, it's still a good time. This is still significantly faster than any of the other runs that I've done. And even the 80 to 90 time with the mistake, this was a ballpark 1 hour 17. 1 hour 17, even with all that stuff, and that is a solid, like, 13 minutes ahead of my Warrior 80 to 90. And then, obviously, for 10 to 80, this is the fastest that I've done, excluding Legion Remix, which doesn't count. So I am very pleased with that. I'm very glad I barely scraped under. I would be feeling a lot differently if 10 to 80 went ever so slightly slower. And it also... it makes me really happy. I'll be honest. So now, if you're watching at the end here, if you skipped past the PowerPoint presentation at the beginning, I would strongly encourage you to go and watch that. Even though you understand what I'm going to be doing in the run, because you've presumably watched it, unless you skipped to the end entirely, in which case, shame on you. But if you watch the rest of the run, you skip the PowerPoint presentation, I tried to make that entertaining. I talked a lot about how I thought the dungeons would go, and I was literally bang on with my predictions, so I thought that was kind of fun, that I predicted Baze doing Baze things, like, absolutely perfectly. And also, I think there's a lot to be discussed there about how to properly optimize the dungeon process, and why I'm choosing to do this the way that I did, of, like, making things more difficult for myself, which, to be clear, was a choice, right? I did, you know, by definition, decide to slow myself down. I did no practice. I didn't do voice comms. The entire idea of the dungeons was to simulate a chaotic environment. And 36 minutes was, I think, how long the dungeons took. Now, obviously, it's more like a little bit closer to 35, because we started more like 34, because I did have to get the Dark Fair buff, right? There were some delays. But that was still better than my average time for time walking, which is like around 40 minutes. I think it took me about 35 minutes in my Goblin Warrior 80 to 90. So pretty much exactly the time I expected. There is some RNG to be had there, like replacing Brackenhide with Ruby Life Pools would have been a pretty sizable swing in my favor, but it didn't make that much of a difference either way, I think. Overall, it went pretty well, and I'm happy with it. And I'm glad, like, it was fun. It was an entertaining time, and that's what really matters. But yeah, also, I mentioned this in the PowerPoint, but one thing, if you want to get information on all of these items I'm using, I didn't really talk about all of them. The one thing that I guess I didn't mention in the prep video is Reshi Wraps. It's not really a prep item, but you can grab this. Actually, never mind. I did talk about this, because I talked about why I have the Cloak Enchant scroll. Okay, yeah, I did cover just about everything. So every single item I used in the speedrun, before it started, I sat down and I did a lengthy recording explaining every single item and why I was choosing to use it. So if that's something you're interested in, it's an hour and a half long, but considering all of the items that I used in this run, I'm actually pretty happy with how short that took me to record. I think that I gave some really concise explanations. Normally I tend to ramble a lot more, but I knocked out a lot of explaining, and I didn't even skim. I wasn't like, oh yeah, everybody knows gunshoes and gliders. I did take the time to explain, this is for brand new players, I'm going to talk about everything. So getting all of that, explaining why I made every single gearing and consumable decision, in an hour and a half. That will be linked in the description. I think it's interesting. I think you might like it. But I am going to sign off now because my throat is still kind of killing me. I do have water prepped that I have not taken a sip of this entire run, so I'm going to probably guzzle that entire bottle of water. And then I am starving, so I'm also going to go make food, and then I got to upload this video. Lots to do. I also... Oh yeah, I guess one thing I'll note, right? So obviously my add-on Follow the Arrow, I'm assuming most of you guys are familiar with this. One thing that I'm in the process of working on, you can see, you know, we have all the leveling stuff. For 12.1, the 12.1 endgame campaign will be included in here. I'm going to get that finished over the weekend. It should be done in time for the expansion, or not expansion, the patch launch. So you will be able to follow that when you're getting the campaign done for reputation and whatnot. And to go along with that, I also am going to have a Zul'Jar's Forces rep guide. I think. I hope I will have time to get that done. That is secondary priority to getting this integrated into Follow the Arrow, the campaign that is. And all that should be good to go in 12.1. If I have time, I'm also going to try to integrate the treasure locations in Follow the Arrow, like treasures, lore objects, because that has all the rep and stuff that you need. I will see if I can do that. Obviously, you could just follow like a set of waypoints on TomTom or whatever, but if it's already built into the add-on and tells you exactly where to go in what order, and it only takes me a few hours to do, it's not that much. I think I'll try to get it done. We'll see. And as a final note, obviously, the I did say here, right, in the Alliance 10 to 80 section, what did I put? Why does it say Elwyn Forest? I'll have to fix that. I don't know why Elwyn Forest is showing up here. I'll worry about that later. At least now I know that I need to fix my add-on. I don't know why this is showing an old version. But either way, you'll notice in the 10 to 80 section for Alliance that I say it'll be finished by end of June. Oh, is it? Yeah, because I'm in minimize mode. That's why some stuff isn't showing. And, well, it's well past end of June. I will say two things. I have run into some minor delays, but I'll also be completely upfront. I've been a little bit burnt out on just nonstop working on the add-on. It's a lot of work for coding. I know a lot of people are used to, like, add-on development is like, oh, why don't you just, like, vibe code it, right, and just have the AI do everything for you? And while I have used AI for very small sections of it, like certain framework sections, just to speed it up, literally everybody vibe code sections, there are gigantic add-ons out there that are basically entirely vibe coded. And I should note, I don't use vibe coding as a bad thing. A lot of people who don't understand coding will say, like, oh, vibe coding bad. People who don't understand coding, vibe coding is bad because they don't actually know what the code's doing. Everybody uses code, or everybody uses AI for coding these days to save time. It's just efficient. It's a useful tool. Like it or not, that's just the future. And that was something told to me by my dad, who also does a lot of work for Amazon, right? And he has to use AI in his coding projects, but he's a really, really good coder. He taught me coding when I was in high school. He's been coding for his entire life, and he has shown me, like, the things that AI can build for him. It would take him, like, weeks to do something AI can do in an afternoon. Now, obviously, he knows how to read the code, he knows how to understand it, but there's only so much that you can get done, and I mean, there's a reason why it's kind of taking over the world right now. It's a little bit scary, but you kind of need to adapt. That's life. Here's the problem, though. That only goes so far with something like Follow the Arrow, because a lot of add-ons, if they're just, like, in-game helpers, like, you know, get the game to do this, like a UI add-on, for instance, you can basically just say, I want an add-on that does XYZ, and it'll figure out how to do whatever, like, presentation thing you want. There is so much, like, just grunt work with designing an add-on like Follow the Arrow, because the AI isn't going to know the exact XY coordinates for every single objective of every single quest. That's something that I have to go out there, I have to find, and I have to punch into the add-on on my own. And that is just all manual coding by hand. And it is exhausting to do, like, an entire quest line. It's a lot of fucking work. And building the entirety of the Alliance and Horde route, I've gotten a good chunk of it done, as you can see by the fact that the final Elwyn Forest is still, for whatever reason, bugged and present here. It shouldn't be in this. It should be on the beta, but I guess I must have accidentally copied it or something. So I've gotten part of it done, but I don't want to, like, release individual zones. It's going to be done when it's done. The entire route will be out at once. I don't want people to think, like, oh, it's a you know, the route is out, and then they get like halfway through and like lock mode on isn't finished, right? So it will be done within patch 12.1. But there's been a lot of stuff that I felt was more important that I wanted to prioritize, and I just needed a bit of a break. So I didn't want to just kill myself trying to get it out in time for patch 12.1, which was the original goal. I was just a little bit too ambitious. But it will be done over the next few months. Basically, the moment my guild finishes Prague, which my guild is a Hall of Fame guild, right? We do a lot of raiding early on, so I'm going to be very busy the next few weeks, and I will be streaming all of it. If that's something you're interested in, I'll be streaming all of our early farming, split runs, Prague, all that this time around. I think that will be entertaining. And once that's all done, then Follow the Arrow will once again be my top priority. I will say, unless I'm extremely exhausted and burnt out after finishing Prague, really depends on how that goes. If it's a grueling tier and we end up like wiping 100 pulls on Ulatech more than we should, and I'm just like dead tired, I might take like a week break. But then I will continue working on the Alliance and Horde route, and it should be done by, I guess, 12.1.5 is, I guess, the next goal. And I'm hoping I can meet that. But I've got a lot of messages asking about that, so I figured I'd acknowledge it here. You know, I'm trying, but it's a lot. But anyways, I think I've covered everything here. I'm overall pretty happy with how this run went. I think that it was kind of impossible, really, outside of absolutely god-tier perfect RNG for sub 3 hours to ever be possible here. So much would have had to go differently, and I don't know, it's impractical with how Turbulent Timeways works. The note that I will end this on is I'm happy with this run, but I do think it can be faster if there is a different type of event. So whenever Winds of Mysterious Fortune is active, and you just get a flat XP modifier instead of having to like go out and run dungeons to get it, then you won't be eating basically a 30-minute time loss right at the start by being forced to run a bunch of crappy dungeons. Because the fact that it took me 36 minutes or so to get to level 20-something, I could have done that in like 15 if I was doing my actual route. So if you have just the flat modifier and you don't need to actually farm it by running the dungeons, generally speaking, runs are way faster during those events than they are during Turbulent Timeways. So I'm probably not going to do any future leveling runs, at least for a little bit. Serious runs, that is. I'll probably do some like casual runs, obviously, to build Follow the Arrow. I will, test out some specs like Rogue that I haven't played in a while, see how they feel for leveling. From what most people have said, still as bad as it used to be. So I'll do casual speedruns. But these types of like, I spend weeks preparing for it and like have to get the perfect run, and I stress myself out doing everything. Those types, probably going to be on hold for a bit until they do another different type of leveling event. But unless we get something like Winds of Mysterious Fortune, I don't think I'll be able to realistically improve this time by all that much. But when that happens, I will probably give it another shot, mostly for 80 to 90. I do think that eventually, if the stars align, sub 1 hour 80 to 90 is theoretically possible, but it would need to be like a special event like that where you don't need to do time walking dungeons. As it stands, it's way too tight to get all those dungeons and delves and whatnot done. Or if they give us more buffs, just baseline. But okay, I've yapped for long enough. That's it for me. I'm going to stop it here. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Bit of a unusual speedrun, but I think it was fun. And I will see you in the next one. Peace.